That's why I am supporting. So for those of you that have been wondering, why are you so passionate, Dr. Haruna? Why are you so passionate? Why are you supporting Peter Obi? Why not the others? You are from the north. Why are you supporting somebody from the southeast? As a northerner and from Kaduna, the center of power, I'm not supporting Peter Obi because of any sectional or tribal or religious sentiment. Don't bring that to me. We've tried that in the past. It never worked. We tried where you come from, what tribe, what religion. We tried all that. Where have we been? It's not taking us anywhere. And I think for once, Nigeria, let's lay aside all those differences that have not changed the nation, that have not helped the nation. This time around, let's not even bother about the political party. I know Peter Obi together with Ahmed Yusuf, they are standing on the platform of Labour Party. But do you know what? Even if Peter Obi was in another party, if he was in PDP or APC or any other,
Hello. Earlier today, President Muhammadu Buhari spoke to Nigerians for the last time as president. Tomorrow, he will hand over to a new administration headed by Mr. Bola Tinubu. In his speech, President Muhammadu Buhari defended his record in office. He said that he was leaving a legacy of credible and fair elections. He also defended his handling of the economy. In the course of revamping the economy, we made some difficult choices, he said, most of which yielded the desired results. Some of the measures led to temporary pain and suffering, for which I sincerely apologize to my fellow countrymen. But the measures were taken for the overall good of the country. I'm confident that I'm leaving office with Nigeria better in 2023 than in 2015. I thank you all, the president said in a national address. It is 4:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 6:30 p.m. in Nairobi, Kenya, 5:30 p.m. in Cairo, Egypt, 5:30 p.m. in Johannesburg, South Africa, 11:30 a.m. in New York City. Wherever in the world you're joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. On our show today, the most passionate Obidient out of northern Nigeria, Dr. Haruna Goroh, will join us to tell us what is ahead for Nigeria and the Obidients on May 29th and beyond. At noon on Monday, May 29th, the Chief Justice of Nigeria will swear in Mr. Bola Tinubu as the 16th President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. How will the Obedients mark the occasion? We now welcome Dr. Haruna to join us and help us understand the thinking within the Obidient camp. Dr. Haruna, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudolph. Thanks for having me. Well, it's really a challenging time, not only for the Obedients, but for many Nigerians. I think the whole thing about the Obedients was coined by somebody just using Obi's name and then saying they want to be obedient to the new course in Nigeria, and that's how it all started. I would actually say it was something that was an organic move. You can't, up to now, it's difficult to tell where it all started from. And then you hear from, after a while, it wasn't just obedient, but obedient and useful. They want to be obedient Nigerians and useful. And, you know, I'm 67 years old now. I finished from Ahmadu Bello University. Ango Abdullahi was my vice chancellor then. And in all my years, I've been with the military regime, and then when politics resumed again, I've been through it all, seen it, but I've not really been that, involved in the politics. I've just been observing. But then in all these years, I've never seen young people so passionately involved in politics as we saw from last year, 2022, till now. So there was a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of hope, a lot of excitement. And so they were all looking forward to seeing change, calling New Nigeria, New Nigeria. But then with the recent events, a lot of the young people have vowed not to be ever involved again in politics or see the governance, believe in the possibility of having change in Nigeria. So part of what people like us are doing is to still, convince them that it is possible. And if they shy away, and like we say in Nigeria, if they japa and run away from Nigeria and then leave it, that's exactly what the establishment will want to see. Leave us alone. Let's continue to do what we've always done, with no resistance, with no one standing to challenge the status quo, the way the game has been. And so currently, it's really, they're at a place where we're doing everything possible to show that there's still hope in the horizon. That's where things are right now. So people, they're obedient. They are, just as the name is, they are very obedient. And knowing that Peter Obi, he likes to follow the due process, follow the law. Nothing should be done with violence. People should, he still believes in the justice system, even though a lot of Nigerians are really doubting because of recent judgments that have taken place. So they are not sure what to expect. But our principal, now I call him my principal, but before I wasn't an Obidient, especially being a northerner. The question would be, what are you doing with Inyamiri? We call people from the southeast Inyamiri, that's Igbos. I mean, it's a no-go area. Don't even consider it. Even if you're the most liberal northerner, especially hardcore north, from where I come from, you don't consider them. But then seeing what we as northerners have suffered in the hands of our own northerners that have governed us, we realize now, especially when you're educated, you start to put 1 and 2 together, and you don't allow them to deceive you as they've always done. They say, vote for us. We are from the same religion. We are all from the same region. And so later, as I saw that and see how our people were so impoverished, and we have always been victims, even the insecurity, we suffer it more in the north. The poverty, we suffer more. And it's just the ruling elites that keep, enjoying, and then we keep suffering. So it started to make me to think, to throw away this garbage about religion, throw away this garbage about sectionalism. We are northerners, we are northerners. I'm asking, northerner hasn't paid my bills. Northerner, they go abroad, they get the medical help, we suffer and die. So I told myself, I don't care where you come from. I'm going to look for, among the candidates, who has what it takes. That's how I started to check on their resume, check on their past records, past achievement. Then I stumbled on Obi. Then I told myself, you mean there are Nigerians like this? Then why have we been suffering all these years? And that's how I started. I completely wiped away the idea of where he comes from. I saw him as a Nigerian. Then I told myself, even though I'm 60-something years old, and most of the Obedients are young, I'm becoming young at heart, and I'm also an Obidient. That's how I became passionate about this. And now we're doing everything to make sure the young people, going beyond what will be happening tomorrow, we are saying this is just a ceremony. We still believe that the rule of law will stand. We believe that the Constitution of Nigeria will stand, because that's the highest document, that's the highest thing we have to guide us, law, as a nation. So we are pushing the obedience, but many of them, as I speak with you right now, need a lot of encouragement, because they don't seem to believe in the judiciary. They don't believe that they will do the right thing. However, we know Peter Obi has been a person that has always rewritten the story. He creates a new chapter. Maybe I went beyond what you asked.
Yeah, yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
I'm very excited.
It's a good introduction. It's a very good
Yeah.
introduction. So for those who do not know yet or the origin and how you got into the movement. So let me go back to the beginning. The current president leaving tomorrow, made a speech today where he said that one of the things he said was that he's leaving a legacy of credible and fair election. What do you think about that?
Well, in one of my broadcasts, are so shameful. I mean, it's either that he's suffering from, memory loss, or he just plain lies. I mean, after 8 years of lying, by now he should have. I mean, he was telling Nigerians to forgive him, pardon him. I would say, don't even go that route. But then it's up to him. You know, a person that does not know the difference between right and wrong, good and evil or bad, they judge it differently based on where he is at. So if he's saying he's leaving a legacy with more insecurity now, when Jonathan was there and we were saying Jonathan must go, and there was corruption, I was one of the people that wanted Jonathan to go as yesterday because the corruption was too much. But then I wanted somebody like Buhari because of the past record with zero tolerance to corruption. So I was so sure this is the old general that is coming with military background. He's going to, stamp out corruption. But then when he came, all the corrupt people, either that were in PDP, suddenly just realized the only way you're going to have it and not go to jail is cross carpet. So the thieves then joined APC, and it became a glorified platform of thieves, political thieves and rogues. The moment you can raise the broom, we will sweep away your iniquities. The broom is no longer to sweep away corruption, but to welcome the corrupt people and then sweep away the iniquity. So I don't know what Buhari will say. You are somebody who is a journalist. You can do a check all over Nigeria and get a percentage north to south, east to west, and see the percentage of Nigerians that will say that what President Buhari said is the truth. I am telling you that the highest level of insensitivity, that when people are bleeding, people are dying, poverty everywhere, you can see it. When somebody is leaving office, that's the time they are borrowing. Who is going to pay it when he goes? Then he's telling us he's leaving a legacy. I mean, you are in New York. Come and see how Nigeria is. You can't travel safe anywhere. Kidnapping. And we are told that most of the people behind it are politicians. The money, they are the ones getting the money. Because how can people be in the bush and have bands in the bush? Which bush in Nigeria is so thick or forest that they cannot be found? But suddenly, then you remember the time that they went after the Niger Delta to try and crush it. And they were able to do it quick. And if it's IPOP, they know how to do it quickly. But all the people that are terrorizing Nigeria, they've not been able to do it. Till now, Sambisa Forest and the terrorists that are there, how come they can't overpower that whole forest? Take the people out. But then he's telling us now he's leaving a legacy of mass graves, a legacy of IDP camps, a legacy of broad daylight corruption. His idea of a legacy, as it has to do with election, is how to declare somebody when the nation is bleeding. 4 a.m. Has it ever been done in Nigeria? Never. And then he's there. I think he has no more feelings. And if somebody will say, if they trouble me, I will run to another nation, that should tell you he did not have a heart for Nigeria. Why don't you stay and suffer with us? But you're saying if anybody does this to you, you are going to go to Niger. I mean, that's a precedent of 8 years. Now, his place of refuge is another nation. So that is even too enough for anybody to know the legacy is that this man has built his tribe, has built his people, because you can see even in the appointments, and at a point, the men will never talk, but then he became a person that enabled the thieves, the crooks to continue. And you notice it's about to happen again. The same people are the ones surrounding the current one to be sworn in tomorrow. So to me, there's no legacy. Actually, he deserves, no, I know I'm on your show here, and it's my word, it's not your word. You didn't tell me to say this, but I'm telling you, Buhari deserves to be in jail.
No, I'm not worried about anything. We don't worry about anything our guest is saying. Let me ask you, one of the other things he said that was very confusing to a lot of people was that he's leaving Nigeria better off today than he was in 2015 when he came into power. How is it possible that he saw it that way?
He saw it that, I believe he's seeing it that way because a person that all he thinks about is cattle, Fulanis, and that's his worldview. His worldview is, I mean, when he was interviewed somewhere abroad and they asked, he said his wife's place is in the kitchen. So, I mean, that's the one we call president that we expect to be intelligent. Go and check which school did he go to. His understanding is completely different. He doesn't know values. He doesn't know what you're talking about. So he got into Aso Rock and he's shielded there by his cabals that tell him what he wants to hear. And even when there's fire on the mountain, as a person, because the buck stops at his desk, but he has never taken responsibility. When people are being slaughtered in Plateau State, in Kaduna State, and it's almost daily, but he never responds. And he's telling Nigerians that he's leaving Nigerians better. What was the state of the economy? What was the exchange rate? Naira to the dollar or dollar to the naira. He actually said they were coming to make it 1-to-1. He said they will stamp out corruption. They will stamp out insecurity. Nigeria is more insecure now. You even find now, people don't want to get any job. They just want to go kidnapping. I've had many of my friends kidnapped. The little money you have, you must pay ransom. And that is the person, because he's shielded in Aso Rock. And no wonder he knows what he has done. The guilty are afraid. That's why he had to build the railway. So what is in Niger that we needed a railway for? But you can see it from his body language, and he spoke it without realizing it, that when he has been around Nigeria, but if the push gets to the wall, to the shore, he will cross the border to Niger. So he's telling Nigerians, leave. I'm also leaving. But you want to hand over so we can suffer, you go over the border. I'm telling you, that is completely gross irresponsibility. But that tells you how the Nigerian people are. We take everything, like us Northerners. We've been taking, and some of us that are talking now, we are saying enough is enough. We either, listen, all this sensation, it is only now I'm just saluting the Igbos, what they went through the war. Until now, we can't forgive them. We can't say, come, let's embrace 30-something years after the Biafran War. And how did it even start? Is the injustice, especially of us Northerners, against them. But now, people are still telling us, don't trust Inyamiri to be president. But we can keep circulating it among us Northerners. Then once in a while, because we've got the West, Southwest, that always play the game of the Northerners for what they will get. And they become the sellout. They work against the Southeast for their own personal greedy interest. And so that's why I am saying this time around, we must forget those things and stand as one Nigeria in defense of our nation.
All right. You mentioned when he said that he was, if anybody bothers him, he will go to Niger Republic and stay there. He also said that recently that Niger will defend him if someone troubles him in Nigeria. Help us understand, what does he mean by that?
Can you say that what will happen?
He said that Niger Republic will defend him if anybody troubles him in Nigeria. What does he mean by that? Is the country capable of taking on Nigeria if anything happens to Buhari?
Okay. I think Buhari just told you how he failed Nigerians. Nigeria before could go and fight with ECOMOG, bring peace in different West African nations. And Nigerians even went beyond West Africa to help other nations. But this time around, we can't even face terrorists in a forest, Rudolph. So that's why he was busy empowering Niger. Only God knows what Buhari is busy planning. So, and I think even from those utterances, DSS must go after him and find out, because if you and I make such a statement, they want to find out, why are you saying that? That a nation will defend you. Where has that ever happened, Rudolph? So, and let me tell you, behind every smoke, there's a fire. What has Buhari done? Has he taken some of our military might across border? If that's what he has done, let's check. I think this is an intelligent something that it has some security connotation to it that we must check. If you are talking about Niger, whether it's a joke, you don't joke with such things. To say if there is trouble, Niger will defend. He's basically saying, I have destroyed your military. I've destroyed your capacity to be able to protect yourself and defend yourself. A nation as small, as weak as Niger can overpower you. The same way Boko Haram allowed them to overpower you. The same way kidnappers are now in control. And we just have ceremonial, so-called, whatever he has put there in the police or whatever. They are all his brothers. It's all about siphoning money, stealing, and killing people.
Now,
so Buhari, we need to go after him. He shouldn't go free. From tomorrow, he is not going to be president of Nigeria. And he shouldn't just be allowed to go quiet, especially because of those utterances he has made, Rudolph. They've got deep implications.
All right, Haruna, let me take you to 2015. Insecurity in Nigeria was basically, especially in the north, was on the northeastern side. But 8 years after, Niger, Katsina, Kaduna, virtually everywhere in the northwest is not secure anymore. But Buhari still has support from regular people when he travels to these places. What is going on that we don't understand? Why is it that there are still people who are victims of his government, that are still supporting him and hailing him? What is going on here?
Okay, one thing you have to know, Rudolph, and everybody that's watching, the way, especially if you're talking about wherever he goes, mostly it will be northerners or other states, other nations that are predominantly Muslim. And I'm not trying to be partisan here, but I'm just saying generally, because the belief with us generally is that even if your brother is a murderer, he's your brother. Even if your brother is an armed robber, he's your brother. If you are to stand in defense of Nigeria and your brother that's destroying Nigeria, stand with your brother and let Nigeria be in flames. And that's why you will find this thing, the moment somebody says, don't touch him, he's our brother, then you forgive his sins. So that's why. And then the other reason is because a lot of people that are following him, they don't really believe, because you can see the common man, the way they treat him in Daura, where it comes from. Why his motorcade would be attacked. They are throwing stones. Why they would jump on top of the billboard and be pulling them down and saying, Bamuso, Bamuso. That means we don't want you. That is where he comes from, Daura in Katsina State. So that the people on the grassroots that are tired, they've suffered so much. You will not see them. They're the ones that sometimes throw stones. But before he comes, they have to protect everywhere so that there is no embarrassment for the commander-in-chief. So and some others that are paying homage and singing his praise, they are people just like FFK. Those are the opportunists. The ones that wherever the thing goes, they will go as long as they can keep eating. And the current one that they are preparing to swear in is a group of rogues that are aligned together, waiting to eat with a man that knows how to empower crooks. And that's why, so if somebody's saying, if I'm saying, hey, Rudolph, you're a great man, there's nobody like you. Maybe, and I'm saying, you know, since you went to America, the world has changed. Maybe I'm planning to visit America and give you a call so you can give me accommodation. People don't just sing praise for nothing. Most of the time is because they are gaining in the evil system. And then in other things that happen is that they hire crowds. They are not organic. They prepare people before they come so that there are no embarrassment.
All right, we'll go back into the politics and the legacy of Buhari, but let's move on to what will happen tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the inauguration of Bola Tinubu as the president of Nigeria. Let me play this video of Tinubu being shown around at Aso Rock, inside Aso Rock. Just 15 seconds of this. All right, the video there's no audio. So, but in the video, what we saw was he almost, he's not very, very strong. We've known that in terms of health. There's an article on BBC website where they wrote about the 5 challenges, immediate challenges that he's going to face. The first one is oil subsidy. The second one is about insecurity, kidnapping, which you've mentioned. They mentioned his health as one of the challenges he's going to face. Where will you be tomorrow? Will you watch the event happening in Abuja tomorrow?
No, I don't know how to answer that concerning watching the event, because the event that's happening tomorrow is an illegal event. So I don't believe that should have happened. I've been calling on the president, calling on the judiciary to stop it. Because let me read something to you. I want to just pull out something here and read. The inauguration, that's happening, the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that's now according to the Constitution, shall not be governed, nor shall any person or group of persons take control of the government of Nigeria or any part thereof, except in accordance with the provision of the Constitution. Nigeria shall not be governed by the provision. Nigeria shall be governed by the provision of this Constitution. Section 14(2) says it gives sovereignty to us as Nigerians. So because some people are in the south, in the east, and the west, so not everybody will be in Abuja. But it gives us, Nigerians, the sovereignty to us as citizens through the Constitution. And we have an inalienable right to ensure that the Constitution is upheld and protected. So as far as I'm concerned, what they are doing tomorrow is installing somebody. It's almost like installing a military takeover, but now in civilian clothes. Why? Because when you check what should qualify somebody to be declared president-elect and then sworn in, the person should have gotten at least, we know about the 24 states, and And it's, when I say Rudolph and Haruna must be in the meeting before the meeting starts. Rudolph cannot just come in and say, and the way I interpret and means Haruna can stay away as long as I tell him about the meeting. It says until Rudolph and Haruna are present in the meeting. So a person that will be sworn in as president has to also get, that means you get the other 24 states, but you must also get this one. So, but now, what are they doing? They have gone to try and interpret it, because since we say that after the elections and then it's been declared, if you want, you have any issue, go to court, and whatever the Supreme Court says is final. So basically, what have they done? They have empowered the same guy that Mahmoud Yakubu kept promising that this is how the election will be. It will be credible. We can lay aside the one of President Buhari, because he is not in the Electoral Commission. But the one that was directly the chairman told us that everything will be happening live. And all these things were not followed. Then now, the people are asking, can you check this, check that before you go ahead and declare? He went ahead and swooped in and declared him when people were sleeping. So as people are challenging now, when they say go to court, they are challenging and they will not let it go through. So I want to ask you, Rudolph, or anybody watching, let's say you have stolen my stuff. I found you with the stolen property, and it's mine. I have receipt to prove I bought this product. Then you tell me I'm going away with it. Let's meet in court. Then you go with the thing, you are driving the car around, or you are eating the food. You have finished the food. We must meet in court after you've eaten my stolen food. So what's happening tomorrow is trying to force somebody who kept saying, Emi Locon. So when I'm going to be president one day, I have it in my record that I was president. But I'm telling you, most Nigerians, even Northerners, have not accepted Tinubu. And let me tell you, what's happening tomorrow is like placeholding. They're preparing it for somebody else, not even for that dying man. Because you can see he's sick. I don't wish him to die, but I'm saying it's too obvious. And Nigeria is too tough, too complex to have a frail man that is more abroad, dispensing himself, getting energized to come and face us. And then they're doing that tomorrow. I don't believe in what is happening tomorrow, and most Nigerians don't believe. And I'm not going to go there and watch and see. If I was to go there, I'm just going there to say they should stop it.
All right. So for Obedients who are not sure how to react to what will happen tomorrow, what are you saying to them? Because there are some people who are saying that we are not going to accept him as our president. We are going to protest. We are going to resist. There are people who are saying that people should move on. What are you going to say to the Obedients who are looking at the situation and they don't know how to react?
For me, I would say to the Obedients, remain obedient to the cause. Don't you retreat. The battle to take Nigeria back from these wicked politicians is not an easy one. It's not a sprint. It's a marathon. But there is still possibility for a win. One thing we need to know is that numbers speak. Numbers speak. I think people are despising the power of numbers. I just read parts of the Constitution that gave the right not to the few people that were selected or paid money. We saw what happened in Adamawa. Is it because it is a clear case didn't come out for us to see what was happening with Mahmoud Yakubu that people think, oh no, people are just speculating? What is speculating? Why is the nation not celebrating? Even the so-called concert that people did there, it's just people that were paid money, and it's to the highest bidder. They go there and they're dancing their sorrows away. They say, at least if I won't get my candidate, the one I voted for won't be there. Let me go and chop the money. So because they believe that the Obidient, the Obi movement, we know they collect shishi, we know they give shishi. They say, those one are money they speak of. Even when they brought Asari, is it Dubuko or whatever from, they hired, we interviewed some of them that came. You can see these were touts, these were thugs that were just picked, that they know terrorize people. They paid them money. Some said they gave me 30,000, some will say 70,000, and they told me, just come. We want the numbers so that we can stop those people that want to protest. My call to the Obedience is that if you run now, you will always be running. If you quit now, you'll be a quitter. So did you start this race going after this established evil politician, thinking it was going to be a ride in the park? My life is more in danger than yours. As a northerner, I've come up against the flow. I've come up against the current, putting my life on the line. I'm receiving threats from people. What you are doing, stop it, stop it. But I'm saying my life is worth nothing because Nigerians are dying every day. Since we started this program, people have died, people have been kidnapped, people have died of accidents because of bad roads that they gave in the contracts for, and they ate up the money. See, you know how much a governor takes home, and then he still has to be collecting his full salary with houses built every so year, with new cars and cooks. I almost said crooks. Cooks. I mean, they have everything. That's why people will do everything to go into parliament, to the House of Assembly, to go to the Senate. After finishing their 8th term or 4th term as a governor, they will still want to go, and they can kill. And so my call to the Obedience is that the fight just started. I am 67 years old. Some of you are 21. Some of you are 31. You are still young. If you relent and you turn back and say, let me go back and play soccer, let me just japa and go abroad, it's your nation. You go outside, you will be an economic refugee. People will mistreat you. So don't think the grass is greener abroad. I shuttle in between Nigeria and other nations, and I know how it is. Nigeria is a blessed nation. We have so much potential for greatness, to be a first world. Our only challenge is that we have sat aloof, fear of dying. And so many people, they're calling you, come out, let's protest. Who can resist when 1 million young people come out to Abuja? Will they kill all of you? How many police are there? How many soldiers are there? But people are scared. You say, come. Then they say, okay, hey, Haruna, you are calling us to come. Come with your children and be in the forefront. Is it a matter of me leading you, or you leading for your own destiny, for your own future? So what is my call? I'm saying it's not over. The journey and the fight just began. Every Obidient, not only Obidient, Nigerians should take a stand in defense of true democracy, in defense of their right. And if you know you did not vote for Tinubu, then Tinubu cannot be your president. If you know, you know what, Rudolph? Allow the courts. But I pray that the courts will not be bribed by these evil politicians. Everything for Tinubu is money.
Let's talk about the courts, because on Friday, the Supreme Court ruled in the case against Shettima, PDP's case against Shettima. They ruled, they basically dismissed it. What do you make of that?
Well, I knew it was coming because we had, information that I won't divulge here, but some of these things will come out soon on what was done. The thing was already decided before the court date. Meetings were done, some abroad, some in Nigeria, and they already finished the case before they entered the court. And so that's been the game for years. The Nigerian judiciary has been compromised. We are only praying that they have a heart and do what the lady did in which state is it, that professor that refused to be bribed?
Imo State.
In Imo State.
No, Imo, Abia State. Abia State.
Abia State.
Yeah.
So our prayer is that these judges on the tribunal, we have the courage and know there's no amount of money that can buy a life. That instead of allowing bribe, because Tinubu is a tout, he knows nothing. Stolen money is what he's speaking. Lagos is his personal property. All he needs to do is tell Sanwo-Olu, his boy, that they went to which is it Guinea or what, that they went together. He's been his boy since. So now he has put him there. When he needs money to bribe, they will bribe. So the justice system don't allow money to buy you over. Because I'm telling you, if they are to go with the fact, as I'm not a member of Labour Party, I'm just a Nigerian that wants to see Nigeria work because of what I know Nigeria has. The brains, I mean, when I hear you, Rudolph, I've been watching your program, I've seen, and I say, we have Nigerians like this, very intelligent. And then I hear your other sister, what's her name? Is it
Adeola?
Is it Adeola or what?
Yeah, Adeola.
Yeah, you people are making us proud. But when it comes to the politicians, they are the ones dragging Nigeria down. Why must few people hold us hostage? Can't we gather as Nigerians and overpower them? And if we keep quiet, then another 4 years of suffering, and they keep stealing. So the death you are afraid to die now, you will still die later. So what am I saying? Am I calling for anarchy? Am I calling for violence? No, I'm saying peace. Stand and say, Tinubu is not my president because the election was stolen, and we want the court to prove it. We are not saying they must give Peter Obi. We are saying follow the facts. No conniving. INEC is now becoming like a candidate. I'm telling you, these people, I sometimes feel like they should do what Rawlings did by bringing all of them, fire all of them. But that's not the way to go. They are still our brothers and sisters. So we need to just say, enough is enough. We are smart.
There are people.
I mean, I'm being a doctor. I'm not some ignorant northerner that will just be, rolled over. And something else, Rudolph, that is a time bomb, is this Muslim ticket. Aso Rock has been taken over by 2 Muslims. If we had Muslim, Christian, and there was increase in insecurity, what are we expecting to see now with 2 Muslims? There's already a message sent, and I saw the chief of police coming to address Nigerians and warning churches that they must have extra security because they got a letter of threat that they are coming to burn churches. And that, so did you notice that kidnapping and insecurity went on break during the election? The moment the election was over and they've stolen the mandate, they went back again. They are killing. What happened in Plateau? What has happened in Kaduna? What has happened in Benue State? So that's what they are busy with. So to me, the justice system needs an overhaul. And if they are not going to do it, let the people do it. They are there to serve us, not their pockets. Enough is enough.
Is there any judgment that the Supreme Court, by the time this case gets to the Supreme Court, is there any judgment that will be acceptable to the Obedients or unacceptable to the Obedients?
Okay. If I say it's only when Peter Obi is declared, that will sound naive and primitive. All we want is to see what the results on election day. They should show it to the whole world. Not the one that they have tampered with. The true figures should be, the moment we know, and we know that Peter Obi came second or third, I can tell you, I will come back on your show and tell you it's fine. Let's support the whosoever is there. If it's Atiku, let's support. But one thing I will tell you, Rudolph, is that I have the feeling I'm talking with Obedience all over. Many of the support groups, I can tell you, and you talk to the average Nigerian, they will tell you, even Kwankwaso would have been chosen by Nigerians instead of Tinubu, if not because Tinubu used that his bullion van, stolen money to buy people. And you know, when they say the love of money is the root of all evils, so that's what has happened. So for us, since now I'm also speaking as Obidient because I believe in the movement, I would say the thing that will make us happy is nothing but justice, not somebody that is swayed for somebody's to satisfy one particular person because the person is afraid that they may lose if the truth comes out. And I thought that justice should be just. So we just want justice. But if somebody goes, the judges go and say, no, we are throwing this case out because you are just, you're trying to be vindictive, or they use technical grounds. I mean, which Nigerian went to vote and understand the term or the word technical? That's trying to confuse us using the interpretation of a fake interpretation of the law. And you know the way sometimes justice works? The highest bidder gets the swing. So if I pay more money, then it's easy to go to court and say that the votes you are saying you have, even if those were added, they are not enough to overturn the result. So they always find something to confuse you. And when it goes to the Supreme, because they already know this is the last bus stop. So when they declare there's nothing you can do. But I'm saying even when it gets there, there is something we can do. You are coming to govern Nigerians, not your house. So Nigerians have the last say, not the judge, because they have been bought. So Nigerians, they are the ones that should stand up and defend their nation. Because if they don't do it, they are entering the worst time of their life. Even the one that wants to hand over now, he wants to run away to Niger. Where will you run to? Do you even have the transport money? Will you get the visa? How many weeks do you sleep at the American embassy or the British embassy to get a visa? How many of our people have died in the desert? How many of our people have died in the sea? And some will be, rescued and brought back. They go again, and some will die. But is Buhari going to die? He has security. They will escort him to Daura, and then if fire start, he will run. It's across the border. So which nation do you have? He has dual citizenship. Tinubu has dual citizenship. So they will run. Tinubu is sick, he goes abroad. You are sick, you go to your small hospital, no electricity, no medicine, you die. You're just a number. Actually, not even a recognized number. Then you are there. I'm scared. If you go, those people will just shoot you, start shooting you. They're already shooting. Is it the army killing our people in the forest? Is it the army kidnapping our people? Why are you afraid of the gun? Numbers will scare them. So I'm calling on the Obedience. Wherever you are, don't only think it's Abuja. We can take a stand all over Nigeria. Bring it to a standstill until justice. We are not saying go and put Peter Obi. All we are saying is that until the court goes through and we are satisfied.
Okay, Dr. Haruna, there is this, people are saying, knowing that people don't have trust on the judiciary, but that agents of Labour Party, that they have these results. Why don't they show the results that will prove that Peter Obi is not on the third place, that he won the election? Why do they have to, the party have to wait until they go to the court and do the presentation and the public is not aware of whatever information they have? What's the thinking there?
Okay. I think a lot has been happening. A lot of bloggers and even people online, they've been bringing out results, collating different states. Right now, as I'm speaking, a lot of Obedients already have the result. But you see, anything you bring out online, they say it's doctored. It's doctored. That's the game they play, and they pumped it in people's this thing. And also, knowing our principle, there is a little careful because he says he believes in the rule of law. And so let's follow the due process. And so that's basically why they are not doing that. Because on what platform, let me say, if I had come with a result and I'm showing on your show, it will look as if Rudolph or Conco, because from your name, it sounds like you're from that side, they will say they paid them money. Those Igbos got that frustrated northerner who came now to start showing false results because they believe their own result is the right one. So whatever you show to a person that is not straightforward, a person that is a crook, that is a thief, that is a robber, do you know people that go to court, even when there is an evidence, they will say not guilty, not guilty. And all the rogues that are in government now, that you say, but this person was governor here, he stole money, and then now he's in the Senate, or maybe even becoming Senate president, and you talk, they say, you know, not guilty until proven. And you want to prove they hide is INEC not hiding the facts? Bring out the refuse. Something you conducted, it's easy. Within the next day, these are the results. What do they have to hide? They are hiding because they need time to buy time so that they can get the numbers to connect, but they have stolen. So that's where the game is. So listen, this thing of the court, yes, we believe, but people are already coming out. And even Nigerians are crying out. We didn't till, do you know, Rudolph, even now, you go to the north, south, east, or west, the president will appear. Shetima will appear. Wicked will appear. That's one of the worst southern I've ever known in my life. But let them appear. Let Peter Obi come without notice. The whole place will be fired up, even when they are adults, not just youth. So you can see that Nigerians actually, listen, if anybody will say Nigerians want APC to continue, that will be a blatant, broad daylight lie, because they've suffered. Is it that they have no more brain? That suffering has become so much part of us that we want to sign up for another 4 years of suffering? Which house, which home has not suffered in Nigeria? See our university students. You can't trust the certificate from any Nigerian university, especially the government ones, because you buy the marks. Ladies would give their bodies to lecturers. They would demand, you want to pass your body for marks. Are those the kind of graduates who want to govern the future of Nigeria? So these are the things we are looking at and saying, it cannot be business as usual. If we allow it to go on, and even if it goes on, but we allow it to stand, we will be the architects. In fact, I will say it is now suicide, citizen suicide. We are the ones committing suicide. We shouldn't blame Tinubu. We shouldn't blame that Boko Haram Shetima.
All right. In another maybe 4 minutes, we let the audience in. I will share the link so that anybody who wants to join us will join. Let me ask you, there are people, including the Sultan of Sokoto, people like some pastors saying that we should move on and should think about 2027. What are you going to say to people who have that viewpoint?
Well, I mean, Rudolph, you are doing what you are doing. If you were just to allow the comfort of being in New York to overtake you, you will say, I don't give a damn. Let them all perish in Nigeria. Why do you have to every time give hours? I know it's not only Nigeria that your show is about, but anytime there is a challenge anywhere, I've seen what you've done with Kenya, what you've done with Gambia and all the other nations. So your investment is not what YouTube will pay you. Your investment is investing in the destiny of people. So, but somebody that does not care, they are about themselves. Do you know, even me, you know what is being offered to me to stop what I'm doing? But if a person is selfish, they will speak for themselves. Where is peace when things are in pieces? And somebody said we should move on. Do you know in Nigeria, one day is like 1,000 days in America? So for people to go through this, one policy of Tinubu, one declaration of Tinubu, one move, because it's going to put people like El Rufai in. And El Rufai is a terrorist. See what he has done in our state, Kaduna. He said they paid the Fulani herdsmen money, negotiated with them. Where does a nation negotiate with foreigners? And those are the people around him. We know what happened with what is the guy, the one that is from Akwa Ibom that is now wanting to be Senate president, or maybe he's already. Okay, we know his record. We know when they were checking on him concerning, is it a what is the still something?
NDDC.
Yeah, we knew the story, but is he not now wanting to be Senate president? And they went there to Wike, they went, they did a party. Let's all support him, let's all support him. A group of rogues. So that, to me, I am telling you, this thing has to be stopped. Don't give it, Nigerians, listen, don't let any pastor deceive you. Don't let any imam deceive you. You have a right to take your nation, because when you die, they will still go on. The Sultan, you know, we've had the Sultan speak. The Sultan is there to defend their Fulani interest.
Okay, one last question. I hope I will still get a chance to ask you some other questions when we get in the audience. What is it about northern Nigeria that some of us from the south do not understand, based on your interactions and your experience? Okay,
I think what a lot of you Southerners do not understand about us is that for us, my brother is my brother. Even when we have issues, we get united with a common vision of being brother. Let's fight the enemy that's coming from outside. So that's what has kept us together, which is now slowly breaking down. The walls are breaking because of, you know, information age and things are changing. That's why people like us from Kaduna State can speak this way. So the thing that a lot of you need to know is that the average northerner believes that governors belong to them. And most southerners believe that if it doesn't work, they will go abroad and get a better life. How many Hausa Fulani do you see abroad? Because they believe we must stay here and fix it and collect it by force. So I would say, just know that basically in the mind of the average northerner, it doesn't matter how many years to come, whether it's another 7 years, they will still twist things and say it belongs to us. Because what they will say now is that Tinubu just finished and is from the southwest. Is the turn of northerners again, and it will be back to the north, back to the north. So that's what they believe. That's how we see. And actually, we just see southerners as people that are in their own world. They just mind their own business. As long as you don't mess with their throwing parties and enjoying themselves, leave them, let them perish. So, but for us, we believe there's no way we can survive without being in charge of the governance. So you need to know that so that you can know how to work with us. You need to start building bridges and connecting with intelligent Northerners. And then you start to have rapport to get more from them to hear, how can we work on this? But I can tell you what is happening, that what should have happened with this Obidient movement is that Northerners, Middle Belt, Southerners, doesn't matter where, the Obidient didn't know where you come from. Language was not an issue, tribe was not an issue, and religion was not an issue. For us in the North, religion is top. And then which language you speak. But for you, South, most of the time, if I can go do my money and do my business and get money, to hell with Nigeria. Let them hold it.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Haruna. So we now go to our audience. And please, when I call you, go straight to the questions so that we take as many questions as possible. Dr. Haruna, do you want one question at a time or you want three?
Well, I think maybe two.
Two. All right. Okay. Mama Echo, you're first.
Mine is not a question as at this time. Mine is a comment.
No, I would prefer to take questions first.
Okay. So, okay, Mama Echo, you want to come back later? He wants to take questions, or you have a question you can answer.
Let you go to the other person and let me gather my thoughts in the area.
All right. Lexi, you are next. Question straight.
Oh, okay. Based on your answer to what Rudolph just asked about what we, the Southerners, want to know, it is very, very informative from you what your answer came to be. Can you consider a suggestion that I have in my mind about how to reject this fellow who they want to impose on the country? If many people, as we know it, are rejecting him, why not 2 days after they swear him in, everybody sits at home, go nowhere, no job, no market, nothing, to say we reject this swearing in and this man cannot be our president? At least 2 days. Let's hear what they will say in answer to that. Would you recommend or approve that kind of action? Because we have to do something. It can't just keep quiet. We're not going to fight and burn and beat up anyone, but we can stay in our homes quietly and register our feeling that this is not acceptable because it's not true.
All right. Thank you. Ifi, you're next.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. All right. Good morning, guys. Mr. Haruna, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing fine.
I've inherited a lot of enemies here on this program because I have always on the belief, or rather in the belief, that everybody should go their separate ways. And I still have the same feeling. But listening to people like you, give me a little bit of hope that we can still stay as one. I listened to you when you said something about even the Northerners are suffering more than any other tribe in Nigeria. But my question remains, what are we gonna do? Because I have never seen Nigeria so divided like we are right now. I've never seen people leave Nigeria. I mean, I've never seen this exodus of Nigerians leave Nigeria. What do you think we can do to have our country back?
Thank you.
Okay.
Dr. Haruna.
Yeah. Let's see. Thank you very much. I hope I pronounced it well.
Yep.
Thank you for being on the show. As it has to do with rejecting Tinubu and doing a sit at home.
Yes.
The word sit at home, I only came to hear of it as it has to do with the Southeast. My question would then be, what have you people achieved, or what have they achieved with all the sit at home? Is the economy that's suffering? They've not been, and actually we Northerners, typical Northerners, we've been laughing at them and saying, let them keep sitting at home. They're the ones that will suffer. Then they sit at home, they give us opportunity to loot more, to impoverish them more. By the time they come back, we are still there. So I would say a sit at home has to be strategic. Not just tell everybody sit at home. If you can succeed in getting people that are in key places, that they are not being there, will bring the government to a standstill. Then you can do that sit at home. But one thing that they can't stand is when everybody decides, I am tired. And we make a call, let's say through this channel, we make a call, and we say, a day after, let every Nigerian come out, wherever you are occupied, go to the governor's office, go to the chairman, everywhere where anybody that represents governance, and go and raise placard and say, you know what we call civil disobedience? When it's not one person that they go after, but everybody. But when you sit at home, all you're doing is playing your chess, playing your Ludo, watching Nigerian movie magic. Some people with their husband and wife. So it doesn't have the effect than when people come out and say, we want our nation back. They will not be able to fight numbers. So that would be my suggestion on that. But if they have to try, or we have to try the one of sit at home, it must be carefully planned right from now as we talk, and then strategically. And in every movement, there has to be somebody that's ready to put his neck on the chopping board. If everybody is afraid and waiting for somebody else, nobody will do it. So somebody that has a voice that others will listen to will need to come out and then speak and let the others move. Not everybody will come out, but I'm telling you, majority of the ones that are tired will come out, because people will say, I'm already dead where I am. So why don't I just go die? But they will not all die. So that would be my distance. And then to you, Effie, you're talking about we are so divided. Yes. And Buhari shamefully, insensitively will say that they have achieved much. Meanwhile, he's leaving Nigeria more divided than he met it. And the idea of going, maybe we should just go our separate ways, I've always stood against that, especially being a northerner, because remember, we don't have the oil. So we need you, but we need to step on your neck. That's if you're a southerner, especially from where the thing is being produced. So we just need to be the ones deciding where the truck goes, so we can go pack the booty. We can go get the spoils of war, but we must keep you down. You must not be in government to give decisions, to make decisions, or to be part of policy making. So we'll keep doing that. But of late, of recent, I'm beginning to think that maybe that could work. But the only question or challenge I have with that is that you go to even Akwa Ibom, the different languages, people are fighting each other. Igbos are fighting themselves. Igbos were the ones I had to contend with to get them to stop attacking Obi. They were the ones I had to pull down their mindset, because Igbos became their own enemies. So whether we go our separate ways, soon we're going to separate again. So we may as well just face it and make it work now. Because if it doesn't, we don't do it now, one day it will not just be Hausa versus Yoruba Igbo. It may be women versus men, because they don't want you to go to Senate. They don't want you to be governor. They don't want you to be president. Then women get up and women go on the street and strike and say, no man will sleep with me. Let's go on strike. All the women in Nigeria, then all the people that are into other things, they will say, don't worry, prostitutes will allow us. If you, as my wife, don't want to allow me. So whichever way you go, a crook is a crook. They will still benefit. There are Southeasterners that are benefiting from Obi being disenfranchised. So you can go your separate ways. It doesn't answer it. We must face it now and kill this demonic monster.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Dr.
I don't get my question.
All right. Okay, Mama Echo, go ahead.
Before I talk my question, you see that when you just talk, Dr. Haruna, me and Naoma had a plan. I said we go soon tell all the women to zip up for the men for 1 week until they give us justice. Having said that, because if we deny at the other room for 1 week, una go set una brain do the right thing for us, from the Supreme Court judge to all of the judges and all the barristers. Una go sit or give us justice. Maybe na that rat will go soon pass. Having said
Mama
that,
Echo, before you go, Mama Echo, unless if you go close all the hotels where get prostitutes, so we
no, we go tell you know say na me get my daughter.
Wait, Mama Echo,
I go tell my daughter say they no dey
talk too much. Hear me now. Hear me.
Mama Echo, listen to the guests first.
Hear me. You want land now. So in the north, we know they allow una sell beer. We go after beer. We say, stop, don't sell no hotel here. But now we the patronized prostitute past Southerner. So you can zip up.
So
we know how
una carry shift and sit out for there. Chineke. Oh my
What's your
God.
question?
Your question, Mama Echo. We have to go. We have a lot of people.
On a serious note, you make me understand more something today. Because I've been wondering why at the northern are not traveling. And from what you just said, they believe in power. They believe power belongs to them. But now, you guys are realizing that is not the route, because that route has failed us. And the Saturner, we believe if it doesn't work, let's go and become slave in another man's land. Because if I carry $100 into Nigeria, I don't be big boy. So my question is this. Now that all those two of our beliefs has failed us, how can we educate ourselves, change our mindset, that the only way forward is to know that no Nigeria is more than one Nigeria. And that if we can bring our both strength from the north and the south together and put our mind to redevelop Nigeria, we can become the giant of Africa we used to be. Because I understand it in 1979, 20 kobo, be 20 naira, is $1. And I still believe we still have what it takes to go back to our glory. Because the African continent need to be great, and the greatness of African continent depends on the giant of Africa. And the giant of Africa is us. But right now we are not giant of an ant. How can we work together to claim back our glory? That's my question.
Another one.
Next person.
We can't hear you, Rudolph.
Rudolph, on mute.
Oh, okay, okay. I have some. I was saying Apache you are next, yeah.
Rudolph is the women's strike already. Don't worry, Rudolph. Don't worry too much. You are safe.
Oh, Bia, don't interrupt me now. You all can kill my time.
All
Good
right, go
morning,
ahead.
Dr. Good morning, Dr. Rudolph, and good morning, Dr. Goroh. My question is in relation to air Rufai to Kaduna. Tomorrow, air Rufai will be done. Is there a plan to take him? I'm not talking about taking him to Nigerian court or whatever it is. Is there a plan that the people of Kaduna should take him to ICC? He needs to be prosecuted because a lot of things have gone on in Kaduna State. And of recent, those people's houses that he is destroying because of power doesn't make any sense at all. So my question is, please, is there any plan that the people of Kaduna will take that man to ICC?
All right, thank you, Prince Akwachi. Okay, Haruna, you can take the questions and we go to the next.
Okay. To Mama H.O., as you said, because our belief system has failed us, and how do we put our minds together so that we can return back to our past glory? You know, it's easier to destroy. It's easier to break down than to rebuild. Rebuilding will take time, and it's a process. However, it will have to take determination, conviction, and commitment. So we must be committed that we truly want change and not just think, well, I will jackpot abroad. It's better for me to be an economic refugee, you know, babysit, you know, an old mother somewhere, even though I'm a PhD holder, than to be in this mess called Nigeria. So I think engagements like this one that Rudolph is allowed us, you know, to be part of, where it's bringing me from the north and some of you here, you know, I don't know whether you're all Nigerians, and if you all are, maybe some are from the north, some are from the south. So this type of rapport brings us to a point where we are not like zombies, where people are just dragging us and we follow them. We are beginning to reason. And where we operated as sheep to the slaughter, we are now questioning things we did not question. Then especially those of you that have been in the outside world, you have seen systems work. So now you can place a demand on what you know, we have a reference point, something to look at and say, this is the type of thing we want. But the career politician will see it abroad, but go abroad to enjoy it and come back because they need our poverty, they need our ignorance, they need our division for them to be empowered. So the moment I, as Hausa, can work with you and Igbo, not just tolerate you or you tolerate me, or you judging me because of what my people have done to you, but you are open-minded. You know, everything rises and falls on change a man's way of thinking, and you will change his way of living. So we have to start by changing our perception. Perception is everything. I perceive you, I am suspicious of you as a Southerner. A typical Igbo man, I have been taught from childhood to believe if I let him become president, Biafra, they will establish Biafra. So now I'm relating with you, I'm getting to hear, no, you're all thinking about Nigeria. You are not thinking about a separation. So I think more of this is important. You will start seeing those mentalities drop. And then if we can start to do things together, intermarriage, you know, in visitation, come on shows like this, and freely speak our mind, like I'm speaking now, and you are all speaking. So I think going forward, we must make ourselves vulnerable, be willing to be challenged, our belief system, our old ways of doing things and viewing things, allow people to challenge it. It will be inconveniencing, but after a while, it will be beneficial. And then to Prince Akwachi, concerning Kaduna State, being somebody from Kaduna State, you must understand, going to ICC, you need money. And you need a lot of backup to be able to take somebody to ICC and the thing succeeds. So, first of all, the people that are suffering, that are not advantaged by the system, they are the ones that you expect to go there, but they're the ones that these people are sitting on their necks. So how will they go out? What channel will they use? Who will speak for them? The ones that should have spoken for them are the ones enjoying from the evil system. So this person did what he is doing now when he was minister of, when he was the person in charge of the capital territory. He bulldozed churches. He bulldozed mosques, destroyed people's buildings. He believes that that man is a dictator. And that's how he sees everything. And for anybody to come up against him, you will have to have a change right from not only the state, but from the presidency, where policies will have to change, and then they have to institute something that will make what he has done as something that is punishable. And you have to begin by the trial in the nation, but put systems in place that will implicate them and get them behind bars. Before it doesn't even need to go to the international. It can be dealt with locally, because there are obvious things that we can use to prove what he has done to our people. So, but then is to find out if you, for example, you've got the cash and you want to institute the case, you can do it. Any Nigerian can do it. You don't even have to be from Kaduna State. But I am the type that I am prepared to do such a thing. But if you're prepared to pay the bill, brother, we are good to go.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Haruna. Let's go to electricity. You're next.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Rudolph. Thank you, Dr. Haruna. You echoed my concern and campaign, and you also referenced to the Constitution. What you echo was the way people, governors, ex-governors, do everything to get into to either House of Senate or the House of Rep.
Yes.
And that has always been my concern, and that is where my question lies, because they do everything. That is where the shrine of corruption lies in. Now, Section 68, Section 69 echo back in Section 110. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, but if you're familiar with it, will you be committed to preach this or echo it to the base, to Nigerians? And you put out a challenge that if you are ready to go, or if you have the finance, you're ready to go in respect to this campaign. Am I correct in that?
Yeah. Okay. What he asked about has to do with going to the ICC. I don't know which one you're talking about.
No, the last challenge. Maybe answer the question first, please. Then I think you made a challenge. I want to take you on that challenge. It's not that was not a question. The challenge you put out, I would like to have you on that have you on my campaign on that challenge. But the question is, will you be committed? Are you willing to be committed? I beg your pardon. For promoting Section 68, 69 repeated in Section 110 of the Nigerian Constitution.
Okay. Anything that has to do with the Constitution. Okay. Let me just write that down so that I can answer.
Section 68, Section 69 repeated in Section 110 of the Constitution. We can come back to that later. So I'll leave the floor for other people so we can address that later so that you familiarize.
If you may just remind me, because I'm not a lawyer, and what does it really say exactly?
Section 68 and 69.110, it's about recalling a sitting senator or House of Rep if the people or his constituency have lost confidence in him.
Okay.
All right.
All right, we'll come back. Thank you, Rudolph.
Okay. Dan, you're next.
Rudolph, put me in backstage, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I will. Dan, unmute yourself, please.
Yeah. I'm saying good evening to everybody. Dr. Rudolph, thank you very much for this special guest of honor. It's a big honor to see this man. My picture is just by his side. Okay.
You made it.
Yes, he's my hero. Let me just put it like that. I've not missed any of his encouragement to the Obedience. Sir, I want you to know that I'm a 2,000% obedient. You understand? And my question is very short. I won't take much time. You have asked us to come, that if Nigerians will come out in mass, for example, and block many places that will hinder the governance of Nigeria for a time, that things could change. But what I'm saying, if you use this peaceful means, for example, and it doesn't work, or they start to get violent like we did in the SARS movement, they were not violent movement. Suddenly they came up with this violence on people, start killing, and then slowly died off. If this happens, do you think, or like I've always wished, should violent revolution be the next step? Thank you, sir.
Okay, let me start with electricity. I like that name. Nigerian really needs electricity. I know it is backstage, but then
he can hear you.
He
can hear you.
Okay, but on that, recalling, you see where systems work. It's very easy to recall anyone, including a sitting president. But how to go about recalling, first of all, you must understand, go back to the base where the person is coming from, what party the person is representing. You have to follow those processes and be able to convince them to see the need for the recall before the process even begins. Because we are dealing with corrupt, crooked people, that people have different interests, vested interests. So the one that has interest, the one you are trying to work together with to recall, is the one that will make a phone call or travel to Abuja and meet with the person and say, they are busy planning. I was there, but I've just come to tell you this is what they're planning. Do something before something. And before you realize it, he will buy off the people that should sit down and vote for the recall. So it's still, because the corruption is endemic, it becomes very, very difficult. But if you can succeed in getting people not to be selfish and only think about themselves, but think about others, then you can get that. Then it's easy for people to unanimously come together and say, we sent you to recall, to work for us. You are not doing it. We are recalling you. And if they can't recall immediately, they have a way of recalling in the next election, because when people go to the House of Rep or go to the Senate, they want to stay there forever because there are no terms. So you have the power to stop them from going back there. And then to Dan, you're talking about peaceful protests that I called and what happened during NSAS. Let me tell you, NSAS will never repeat itself. If it repeats itself, take my word, the army will be the one that will fight back. Because this time around, it's not the so-called Yahoo boys they are coming up against. the one innocent youth that they have labeled as Yahoo boys. Many Nigerians are angry. Parents that have given money to their children that they saw have come out of school with no jobs, have stayed at home with no school because of ASO strike. Some of their children that that graduated but have to become, join gangs and get into crime. The parents are tired, so they sponsored many of their children to join the Obidient movement because they are saying we are too old to do this, but we are tired. Some of them are saying we once saw Nigeria work, but it's not working. Young people, get up and take your nation. Those are the ones that will go out on the street. And the army they will release. Do you know how many, the number of armies that we have, the number of police we have? When something is done one time, the power of numbers, you can't overpower it. So if that fails, they go peacefully and it fails. Let me tell you, provocation, you keep talking to me, I'm quiet, I'm quiet, I'm quiet. And then you hit me. Even if I'm a peaceful person, reflex action will make me hit you back. And if they joke with Nigerians will show to them we are powerful and we can fight back. And so we don't want what is happening in Sudan to happen in Nigeria. But when you see such things happen, it's because people don't want the peaceful way of settlement. Obedient are obedient. They are peaceful. But you don't want to provoke people beyond limit. And that's why we are calling now for peaceful way of settling this matter so that we don't go the other route, because there will be innocent casualties. And we don't want Nigeria in any war, and I'm not advocating for that. My call will be for peaceful protest. I've seen it work in many places. The fact that the one of NSAS happened the way it did in Toll Gate and stopped it all over the nation. This time around, it was an election. It was not trying to protect my laptop from the police. This is against a system that wants to keep us down. And it's a time not just for obedience, but for Nigerians. Whether you are young or old, stand. If you're not defending for yourself, defend for your grandchildren. So I would say the other resort, which could be, an eye for an eye, for those of you that, are Christian, I hear you say eye for an eye. So for it to get to that is provocation. When you're pushed against the wall and there's no door to enter, you have to push back. And I would say that is something that you don't even need to call for. It will naturally, organically happen. But we are praying that they will allow it the peaceful way. Let go and let Nigerians take their nation back from these political scavengers.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Haruna.
Thank you, sir.
Ovie, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Haruna, for alerting us of the incoming women's strike. So make I do now go join APC, because I know APC women will not give up on their men. You said the battle to take Nigeria is not a sprint, but a marathon, while responding to Rudolph's question earlier at the beginning. Now, and I like the fact that you started by telling how you become obedient, which is very organic. And so far, you are one person that I know that standard that actually, according to you, take your time to actually research on this presidential candidate individual, and you are impressed with Obi's past and what he stands for. So, and I appreciate that. Now, to the Obi movement, now we have people like you who naturally gravitate towards Obi's achievement and adopt that, go into that movement. We can also take the fact that we have other Obidients who are sympathetic to Nnamdi Kanu, by so doing IPOB member. Now, where am I going with this? For the past couple of days, we see Soludo being in the media, talking about how he's been secretly writing letters appeasing for Nnamdi Kanu release to not just Buhari, even now to the incoming president, Bola Tinubu. If he persists and eventually succeed by one way or the other getting Nnamdi Kanu released, you cannot take the impact that is going to have the Obidient movement as a whole. Most people are going to gravitate towards Soludo, and politically speaking. Now, what is Obidient's future? Since you believe that the journey to take Nigeria back is not a sprint, it's a marathon. So what is the future of Obedience, knowing that all this is a possibility ahead of Obedience movement?
Okay, next one.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ovi. Thomas, you're next.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah.
Go ahead, Thomas.
Yeah. Thank you to the two doctors in the house, and to the panelists, those ones that like my face and those who doesn't like my face. I don't care about that. That is I'm just being joking. Doctor, I have a question for you, just to do you think the insults of some obedience and the causing of some obedience online and everywhere cause Peter Obi the presidency? That is one. Then number two, I think the person that won the election won it landslide. There is no mandate stolen anywhere, in my opinion. Do you think Peter Obi can go to the core north and win the presidency? Thank you so much. God bless.
Thank you, Thomas. All right, Dr. Haruna, you take answer the two.
Okay, let me, and this is Thomas. Let me start with yours. Did you have two questions or one?
Two.
What was the first one again?
I think the behavior.
Can I repeat myself?
Okay, repeat. Yeah, Thomas. Repeat.
Yes, I said, do you think the insult of some obedience and causing people online cause Peter Obi the election?
Two.
And the second one, in my opinion, I don't think any mandate was stolen. Asiwaju Bola Tinubu won the election landslide. Do you think Peter Obi can go to core north and win presidency of Nigeria? Thank you.
Okay. Let me start with the last one. Thank you, Mr. Thomas, for being, I think this is what this kind of open shows, the good part about it is allowing everybody of whatever persuasion, to be able to air their views on any matter. So as to whether he can win in the North fully or not is difficult to say, and that's why the Constitution allows the one of the spread, and also that 25% in social number of states or to third, and all those things that are there. But then whether or not this person won landslide, you and I cannot say right now just because INEC told us so. We are asking INEC, that is the umpire, to come out, not just for Obi or Tinubu, but for everybody, and come clean. So let's say you are a referee. You have said it's a penalty. And the other team has said, no, it's not. And then in this age, not in the days of Pele playing soccer, but in these days of Ronaldo and the rest, and we say, go and check the replay on TV. You refuse as the umpire or as the referee. You don't want it. So how can you prove to us that it was a penalty? So the fact that INEC is not wanting to come clean is what is making people not to accept this idea or this notion that he won landslide. And even if you use the word landslide and you see the figures, the one of Tinubu, the one of Atiku, the one of, you can see if somebody got 12 million votes and the next person got 3 million, then another one got 1 million, then you call it landslide. In my understanding of English, that is far from landslide. Because any rerun, if Peter Obi decides to team up with Atiku, Tinubu is already taken out when you put their numbers together. So that means more Nigerians didn't want Tinubu, even if you use the result of the two, number 2 and number 3. It should tell you something there that is far from being landslide. Put the two numbers. Then you already see that no, it's far. But we already have seen results that have been falsified. We didn't hear of Obedience beating up people all over the nation, telling people, if you're not voting for Tinubu, or you're not voting, sorry, if you're not voting for Peter Obi, don't come here. But we had it about Asiwaju. So far, that's what we have concerning that. So then the other one, do I think that the insults of the Obidient cost him the presidency? No. Capital? No. What cost him the presidency was the man that collected money and announced a fake result. Because every promise that INEC made, they didn't keep up to it. How come the same INEC, the same beavers, were uploading the result for the Senate and the House of Rep only when his presidency stopped working? It's because there is a vested interest. Do you know the night of the election that Mahmoud Yakubu flew in the private jet of Tinubu? Do you know we have information of meetings they did together? When you see the body language of Mahmoud Yakubu, all the promises he made of a free, fair, and credible election and the uploading of the result real time, I would tell you sincerely, to be fair to him, I believe that he meant it. To actually conduct a free, fair, and credible election. But including you, Thomas, and all of us here, it takes another level of integrity to resist the temptation when you that is earning 200,000 a month or 500,000 a month, suddenly somebody tells you, take 2 billion, declare the result and go. You can even go abroad. For you to resist it, it takes another. That's why the professor in Imo came out and spoke the way she was. They did everything to buy her, and they succeeded in buying others. So I would say that is the most fraudulent result. It is far from being landslide. You will be surprised if they truly release the result as they were in the polling unit, that Tinubu may even have come third, not first. I'm telling you.
Thank you.
And then, who else? Did somebody else?
Ovie, yeah, Ovie had a question. Ovie,
Okay,
can you?
is that the one that is all now politics?
Yes.
Okay. All now politics. Now you with the talk. Okay. He's talking about the effort of Soludo. And I salute.
Obidient.
Huh?
how would that affect the future of Obedience? Since you believe that to take Nigeria is a marathon, not a sprint. So with
you must know this, the whole thing, the movement, the Obidient movement is beyond Obi. It's Nigerians standing up to take their nation back. And let me tell you, if Obi had withdrawn and dirty remained, the Obedience will stay with the cause. Nigerians are just looking for anybody that is not selfish, is not greedy, is not evil, that is thinking not just about now, but thinking about later, that can bring peace, security, prosperity. Nigerians will run behind him. When I didn't know, many of the youth that have never, do you know, even though I'm so vocal, I deliberately chose not to have one meeting with Obi, not to have one phone call with Obi, so that I'm not influenced. I spoke to Aisha and convinced her to work close with Obi. She didn't want to. I had to tell Aisha, you can't just be talking and raising your fist. Go and join close and work with him. She was supposed to be somewhere in America pursuing a certain study that time. She had to keep it aside to go and join the movement, to push this thing through. And now she's back to the States to do what she put aside. But I'm telling you, whether Soludo pushes, I desire to see Nnamdi Kanu free. Because it's injustice. He had the right to make a demand. A demand does not mean war. So if you don't have something to hide, why are you terrorizing the men? The same court you don't want to obey, but you want us to obey when it comes to justice concerning politics. So for me, if Soludo is able to get our brother out, I don't call him and that Igbo man. Before I used to call him Inyamiri, but he's my brother. He shouldn't be behind bars. It's people like El Rufai, people like Wike, people like Shetima, people like Buhari, people like all the other rogues and thieves and connivers that should go to jail and rot in jail. Not an innocent person that is saying, what have we done to you? If you don't want us, let us go. You say, no, you're not going. You're not going. I'll put you behind bars. You go and bundle somebody illegally in another nation. They know how to bring Nnamdi Kanu. They don't know how to bring the Boko Haram. They don't know how to get all the people that are kidnapping. They can't find them, but they know how to go to another sovereign nation and bring somebody down. It's evil. So anybody that can get him out, I salute that person. But that doesn't mean he's material for presidency. And this movement is beyond the obedience. It's a Nigerian movement. Whether you're obedient or not, take your nation back.
All right, thank you.
So,
No, Thomas, you have to hold on. I know. You have to hold on.
Please, I'm going out. I just want to. He mentioned something, and I will go out, please. Just one second. You call the president-elect out. Can you please expatiate on that? Thank you so much.
What do you mean?
You call the president-elect a tout. So can you please expatiate on that? Thank you.
A tout is not just one that is practicing, but the one that empowers those that do. That's my definition.
Come on.
Now people are busy defining things differently.
Come on.
And in modern day, we can define based from our viewpoint. From the angle and the part of the mountain I'm standing, a tout is somebody, a tyrant, a wicked person that is seeing a child being molested and is saying it's not my child. Anybody that can do that is worse. We saw what Tinubu did when Lagos was on fire. He ran out. So,
come on.
And this Olomo, or whatever is his name, that said what he said, if it's any Obidient that said that, there will be fire on the mountain. If any of Obi's supporters have said that. So all these things saying Obi supporters are insulting. Young people are just tired. And they are saying, respect. I am 67 years old and I'm insisting that my children must obey me. But I'm sleeping around. I'm stealing government money. But they must respect daddy because he brought food, because he sent them to school abroad. Evil and wickedness, we must call them for who they are. They are thieves, they are rogues, they are crooks, they are thugs.
Thank you.
People may differ, but this is from where I'm standing, from the mountain, that's how I see them. Maybe you're standing from a different angle. I can't deny you from your angle view.
Thank you, Dr. Haruna. CM, you're next.
Hey. Good evening, Dr. Haruna from the UK. I'm so glad that you came in. At least by way of passing short. You worth your pound in gold. You deserve your PhD. From your answers so far, it has shown. Now we know what a tout is. It's not just the person you see at Dugbe Market or Gariki. A tout is anybody who empowers a tout. Now, these are my questions. Number one, if by omission or commission, by hook or by crook, the drug baron called Alhaji Bola Tinubu is made the president of Nigeria, will there still be need for the establishment of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency? Can I repeat it? If by crook or by hook, by omission or by commission, whether consciously or unconsciously, the drug baron, whose age we do not know, happens to be made the president of Nigeria, will there still be the need for the establishment of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency? That is one question. I ask you because you're a PhD holder. You know what it means to write a thesis. Number two.
CM, can you limit it to one?
Please, I know it's linked, just to enable him. I mean, he's a doctorate degree holder. I'm putting him, he's up to the task. He has a PhD and he has shown. I'm so proud.
You don't know whether I got my doctorate in terrorist attack.
This is my own doctorate. I also have a doctorate. This is my thesis. 554 pages. And it's in clinical science. Now, what I want to say, the next thing I want to say is this. You witnessed the election in Nigeria. Oluomo, a tout empowered by Tinubu, the master, was through his videotapes and his actions and under his authority, Ndi Igbo were slaughtered in Lagos in cold blood. I'm saying because I'm a victim. After the slaughtering, they followed it up with destroying Igbo businesses in Lagos. After looting them, they burnt so many of them down. As at last week, they're still conducting funeral of those that died. Given this background, what is your take as a human being? Thank you.
Yeah, another question from somebody else.
All right, Igbo Basics, you're next.
Okay, Dr. Haruna, it's good to see you. Dr. Damages, thank God it's Sunday. Dr. Haruna, I tend to be of the same age bracket with you, listening to you. And I tend to associate with just about everything you've said here. I pray for you to continue with the courage that you have out there. I was also praying for Dr. Obidient Lafia, but they got rid of him before he could do what he was sent here to do on earth. Having said all that, being on the inside of the whole during the election of the 25th of February, and particularly they counted the result 12-12-12. If Obi was given River State as he should have been given, whether that would make any difference. So my question to you, first of all, where were you in 1960, October 1, 1960? Because I know where I was. I was at a place called Alai, and I was given a cup and a flag of Nigerian independence. So my question today is, should Obi or Dr. Yusuf Dati Ahmed, His Excellency Peter Obi or Yusuf Dati Ahmed, should they speak at this time, or should they wait until after the court renders its judgment? That is my question for today. Because I'm on the go, so I'm not in my usual station.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Bob.
I'm coming. Okay. Now let me, I was just trying to get that so that I can put them together. Okay, let me start with CM. He talked about by omission or by hook or by crook Bola Tinubu becomes president. Is there a need to establish, and knowing that from what we are hearing, being a drug lord or whatever we people call or people refer to that, is there a need to establish a drug law enforcement? I would say on that, do you know certain people make laws for certain people? Currently, we have laws against corruption. There are even laws against rigging of election. There are laws against bribery and the receiving of bribe. But the system is not working. And the people that are behind not working is because if it works, then they will not be able to continue to perpetuate what they are doing against Nigerians. So they need to create a system where it works for others. How many of the politicians that stole money are behind bars? They recovered loot. Where is the money? Because if somebody that is working in the recovering of the money is found to being the one stealing the money, the one that recovered houses are the ones that are now taking over the houses. So it's not the making of the law. It is the person, does the person have the moral standing to make such a law? But you don't have the moral standing to make a law if you are the first one that breaks the law. So it will be free for all if, let's say, this person is a drug lord and he comes in, then actually you don't need to say it to other drug lords wherever they are. They will know Nigeria is home for drug trafficking. They will all just invade Nigeria. You don't need to be invited, because if Nigerians will allow somebody with such a record, and it's not alleged, it's not something where we say, bring a proof. There are proofs everywhere. But Nigerians say, no, it doesn't matter. That happened some years ago. Then, basically, we are saying, this person that has been known to be a womanizer or somebody that molests children, but he has repented, like what they are telling us with repentant Boko Haram or kidnappers join the police. And so that's why the police will be the one that will organize with them in uniform to come and kidnap people, because we believe they are now repentant. So a person that is known for molesting children, will you leave your grandchild with that one and say the person went to a mosque or to the church to repent? I'm not going to do that if you would do that. I don't believe in that repentance. You can keep your repentance, you and God alone. I'm going to protect my grandchild. So that's that one. And then the other one on Olomo, empowered by Tinubu. Tinubu used the word snap and snatch and run. We'll take it by force. There were many utterances that he made that alluded to empowerment, or that have showed that this is truly your. If you do nothing, we never had him come out to speak against what was happening. There is not on record that he came out to stop the people from killing Igbos, from burning their shops and looting. The fact that you are quiet, meanwhile, you said on TV, I mean, it's on TV, it's on Arise, recorded, where you said you did it for the Hausas, for the Northerners. Why must it always be the Northerners ruling? You said it is the turn of Yorubas. Then you say, even among Yorubas, because you invested to make Buhari president, it's now my own turn as Tinubu. So when people are speaking like that, why didn't he come out, even if it was after the election, and he's saying, let's build Nigeria, everybody should unite? At least he should have been making statements to say he is not in support of what has done, and condemn it, completely condemn it. But the fact that he's quiet, that means he's an accomplice, since he's the one gaining from what they did. Because they were telling people, if you're Igbo, you're from the Southeast, go and vote there. Don't vote Peter Obi here. Go to your Igbo land. Anybody saying that is actually saying, we don't want you. You're not part of Nigeria. Go. And the same people will come and tell you, don't go your separate ways. That's why I said my eyes are open. I'm smart. I'm not gullible or ignorant or emotional, where I say, I'm going to hold my brother while my brother is busy killing me with slow heat. So I'm not going to allow that. So that's my take on that. And to the Igbo basics, we just spoke about you. Basically, the Igbos need to be free. And that's why I'm calling Nigerians, don't press your feet on the necks of Igbos. We need Igbos, because it's either made in China or made in Aba. Imagine if we had allowed the Igbos, Nigeria would be different. And I'm saying this is the time to let it happen. And then you talked about where was I during 1960. I was in the village. I wasn't even educated. I didn't go to school early as maybe you did in the South. For us, we had to chase after the cattle. It was just by God's special miracle that I was sent to school. Then I managed to graduate, then ended up going to university, and then now PhD. So I'll just tell you that on that, should Igbo and Deti speak now? I mean, that's Peter Obi and Deti speak now or later. Now, I speak a lot with Deti. It's Obi I don't speak much with, partly because with Deti because we're from the same state. We speak Hausa, we understand each other. We have a very close rapport. But if what Deti said, which he was just trying to talk about defending and standing to uphold the Constitution, and they were saying what he was saying was treasonable. Imagine if he had said something more than that. By telling Nigerians to stand, telling Obedients to stand. If Obi had said that, you and I would be speaking now with Obi and Deti behind bars. They've been looking for ways to get them behind bars so that the matter is over. And in God's wisdom, Obi has been so smart are not speaking. And Obi doesn't need to speak. Dirty doesn't need to speak. I am speaking. You are speaking. And it's not two people that will get our nation back. It's not Obi or Dirty. It's us, Nigerians. So we're the ones to stand, not Obi. They will just grab Obi and throw him behind bars. And the movement may just die. People will be discouraged and say, it's over. We need them saved so that when we have fought and we have won, they can come and govern. Because both of them are people of integrity.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Let's go to Ike. Ike, you are next.
Please, can I get water?
Okay.
Ike Santa.
The Alamo City. The Alamo City, if you don't know, is the Alamo City.
Dr. Rudolph, I heard the praises that Dr. Haruna showered on you earlier on, and I pray that we have more of Rudolph, more of Harunas. By the way, I am not a card-carrying member of any particular party, but it is what it is. My battery goes up, I'm on the go. That's why I said we are on the same move.
Dr. Haruna, thank you for joining us. I appreciate you. I'm one of the people that watch your show every week when it comes out. I think I don't know Nigeria very well. I was born and raised in Nigeria, but I don't know the northern part. I never been to northern part. I've been to Abuja one time, and I regretted going to Abuja one time. So for me, you are one of the Hausa person that I have seen that was honest. When I was younger, with my grandmother, we buy fish from the Hausas, but when she passed away, we do other things. But for me, thank you for what you do. But for me, I needed to ask you a question. It's going to be conjointing. What I'm going to do now is that word and the FCT. I'm going to do that. So to see if, as a layman, that if you understand the question, and why are we arguing about FCT? For me, do you think the judiciary will summon the courage? Because we have done the protest, it didn't work. They told us to go to the polling unit. We have gone to polling unit, and now the polling unit doesn't work. Now we're waiting to judiciary to render voted. And that voted, I wish it would have been done earlier, before tomorrow, which is inauguration. Do you think judiciary will succeed to give the Nigerians what they have been craving for? And now this is where the play game. And do you think if Peter Obi was an awesome man, that we're going to be here? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ike. Ike, you're the other Ike. From Efna, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. You can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Haruna, for what you do, for what you believe. My name is Ike Alamefle. I'm speaking from the beautiful island of Bonaire. I'm in the Caribbean. So my island is called Bonaire. First of all, I just want to thank God for your life, for what you do. Like Igbo Basic said, we are in the same age range. I'm 60 by now, by the grace of God. I have just one question. And the question has to do with the result from the North. I have some state I want to ask you about. If the Labour Party and Obidient, they have the true picture of what really took place. One of the states is Kaduna State, your state. The second state is Taraba. The third state is Niger. The fourth state is Gombe. and the fifth state is Adamawa. So, because why I'm asking you the question is, Kaduna, for example, I lived in Kaduna for 4 years or 5 years. And I know much about Kaduna, but I'm just trying to find out from you if what the result the Labour Party and Obidient have in this state that I called now, do you think that Peter Obi made 25% in this state? Because to me, surprisingly, for Peter Obi not to win 25% in Gombe or in Taraba or in Kaduna or in Niger and in Niger State, I don't know. So you as an insider who is from that part of Nigeria and who was really involved, what do you think was the true picture? Don't tell me what the result is, but I'm just asking, do you think he got 25% in this state or more state in the north, if you know? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ike. All right.
Okay. Who was the first person again?
Ike. It's also Ike.
Okay, I'm noticing is the Ike and then Ike or whatever.
Yeah, they are Ike, but one is in San Antonio. The other one is in a beautiful island in the Caribbean.
Okay, the Caribbean. Okay, so let's start with the one in San Antonio.
Which is not
I
beautiful.
was in San Antonio some years ago. Yeah, it's a nice place in Texas.
That's good. That's good. They have grown so fast in the last 10 years. People are migrating from California to here, so they have grown. Probably when you came, did you come with the what do you call that, Rotary clubs? A lot of people that came in San Antonio, they came during the time the Rotary Club had convention in San Antonio. That is when a lot of Nigeria came into San Antonio.
No, I don't really believe in lottery because I always don't win. So, okay. You said, do you think the judiciary will give Nigerians what they are asking for? If Obi was Hausa man or from the north, would the case or situation have been different? Now, on the judiciary, matters could swing any way. As we know right now, it's not really judiciary as it should be. None of us need to be told we're intelligent, I believe. And we know that a judge has so much power that sadly, it's almost like God, but as human. So no matter what a judge says, it's final. You people, those of you that live in America, it did not matter what anybody said as it has to do with gubernatorial election, presidential election. The one that has charge of the judiciary, the one that pulls the string, decides what they decide. So, and in Nigeria, in a place where many systems are not working, including the judicial system, it takes guts for any judge, when the judge sees money, because the way the justice system works is that you can interpret it any way. They can use the 25% and interpret it and pull some things from Latin that will confuse the common Nigerian. And then when they speak those languages, you and I are not lawyers, we will just surrender. So all we need to do is remain optimistic, put pressure on the judiciary. Those of you that have channels, you speak out. On social media, we speak out. Those of you that have relatives at home, let them speak out. We have power. You know, one thing, they were initially saying the Obedients are just few people tweeting in a room, but they suddenly discovered there's power. That's why they're scared. So I would say that we can make it so difficult as just like between day and night, black and white, that it will be so obvious that if the judiciary do any form of injustice, they are now handing over power to the Nigerians to take a stand and resist them. I believe that the moment injustice is done, it will be obvious to everyone. And if we put the numbers together and they see that Obi has won or Atiku has won, and it's obvious to everybody from the numbers, and they still want to say, no, they can't verify those numbers, but people have proof. You can argue against any other thing, but you can't argue against proof. So that's why the Labour Party, since I am affiliated to that one, I'm not a card-carrying member, and I don't intend to, because I noticed that you carry this card, they start politics of party, like we saw what happened with Apapa, and the confusion begins. Many of the Obedients were disenfranchised, frustrated, and they are not committed now because some Labour Party chieftains stole the money that they were supposed to give to Obedience to go and mobilize. So politicians are just politicians, no matter what color they carry. So on that, that's what I would say. If Obi was from the far north, let's say he was Fulani, you and I will not be having this conversation. Straightforward. So there's no need. If the case was between Obi and what's his name? And Atiku, we may be celebrating Atiku now. If it was between just Tinubu and Atiku, we'll still be celebrating Atiku. They need the Southerners divided to give power to the North. And for once, Northerners have seen a man that they think will die soon. So they push everything to make sure he comes in so that Shetima will be your next president. So then to the other Ike from the Caribbean, you talked about the different results from the different states. You must understand that rigging, for it to work, it has to be strategic. They don't just start rigging everywhere. Oh, then they rig Sokoto, rig Gombe, rig this. No, they rig strategically. They rig Lagos. They tried to rig Abuja. It was too obvious. That's where all the Obidient movements are. Lagos was the stronghold of Obidient. How do they rig? They rig numbers just to subtract, but they had to give. So now going to the south, places where Wike is, those are obvious cases because Wike was already working for himself. But when you come to the north and you talk about Kaduna State, the scenario in Kaduna State is that Kaduna State got divided. There were many candidates in Kaduna State, many interests. Even when it came to the gubernatorial, you will see it. Atiku made a promise to people. Let me speak like the people that come from the southern part of Kaduna State. He went and made a promise to them and said, if you vote, and I see that the votes come a lot from you people from southern Kaduna, I will make sure there are no killings again. You will have your liberty. So their votes were divided. Some voting for Peter Obi, and the ones voting for Peter Obi, they are told, this Igbo man, do you think he will stop the killing? Remember, Atiku said he will stop. So their vote got divided. On that, I would say Kaduna State, they could not do much. Also because you have the El Rufai factor there. El Rufai already told them what a Tinubu presidency would do for them. And because of that, he was able to woo all the House of Assembly, the commissioners, woo all the different local government chairmen to go and talk to their people. So that's why you will see the numbers that way. However, on the 25%, something was wrong. I believe he got 25, but not that he became first. So on states like Taraba, Niger, I would tell you he got more than 25%, especially Taraba. But because they also knew about this percentage thing, so they had to play the thing of reducing so that it's less. You will see somewhere they say he got 24%, he got 23. The reason is to stop the 25, not because he didn't make it. So as a result, but in the case that is going on, they are not concentrating on such states. They are concentrating on states that are like swing states. Those are the ones that will make the numbers to prove he was the legitimate winner. Then later on, just as bonus, we will get to know the numbers and know what the true percentages are. So basically, that's what I would say concerning that.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Haruna. Let's go to KJ. Prince Akwachi, I'm skipping you because you had a chance, I think, once. If we have another opportunity, I will bring you back. KJ, you're next.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. Dr. Haruna, thank you so much. I have followed you quite a bit, and some of what the videos you put out there. In fact, at one time, I was saying to myself, "Who is this northern? I won't want to kill himself at all costs." That's because again, I live in the north. My primary, secondary, university are all in the north. I've canvassed the north for a long time, so I understand what you're saying. And some of these things you have said here, I've equally said them here. But some people thought I was being a northern apologist. But you see, I'm just sitting in my room here laughing at what you're saying because that's exactly the northern politics, and you have so analyzed it very well. I thank you for what you're doing. I wish I had the courage you have. I probably would still be in Nigeria. But I had to, for one reason or the other. Like Jesus' parents were told to move to Egypt until the time, such a time when he had to come back. So I'm waiting for our Herod to die. I'll probably come back after he I thank you. I thank you really from the bottom of my heart, for speaking truth to power. And I'm not going to make maybe just one question I will ask after, making my comments, observations. You have done so much, and I wish we can raise people like you, all around Nigeria who will stand in the same gap. The only unfortunate, like I said here many times to Rudolph, is that I stopped being a brave journalist because of a lot of things that happen in Nigeria, and one of which is chiefly the Delegiwa, when Delegiwa passed. Nobody asked after Delegiwa what happened to Delegiwa after that. His case was packed aside, and till today, there's no conclusion to that case. And so it's sometimes, like Bob Marley said, you fight and you run away so I can live to fight another day. Question: Why is it that Buhari keep making that statement that when he leaves office, he'll probably move to Niger, and that Niger will come to his defense? And we are not, none of us, not the journalists in Nigeria, not the security agents, not even the northerners, are, desiring to interrogate that statement, because I've not seen where it's done in the world, anywhere in the world. But I'll leave it to you to answer. Why is that nobody is bothering to find out what is the relationship with Niger? What is the otherwise of trying to move to another country when I see the head of state or the president of one different country? Thank you for your work. I really thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, KJ. Jude, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages, and Professor Haruna, thank you so much. I have really
Doctor,
been looking
doctor.
for an opportunity
But thank
to.
you for the honor, but still doctor.
Dr. Haruna. Sorry. Yeah, in fact, you are every title that we can give you. You want. Yeah, thank you so much for all your work. I've been, like every other person I've commented, I've always listened to your advocacy and videos and everything. And I really thank God for you. Yeah, my comment and question is this. You see, from what you have said and from what I've seen you say and do, you give us, some of us who came from the eastern part of Nigeria, who have been, since Nigeria doesn't want us, then let us, stay our own. But from looking at you and all that you have done, it gives us hope that, yes, if we have people like you, more of people like you in the north, I think there's hope for Nigeria making it as one country and moving forward in progress. So how can you be able to help to see, to get more people that think like you in the north, because you are just in the minority. Okay. Unfortunately, another man that I respect so much again has been killed by Buhari administration, which is a Melopia. Okay. And then Pastor El Buba, God bless that man wherever he is. God will bless him and his generation and his children. Because if anybody, any pastor or minister in Nigeria today refuses to speak in this condition of Nigeria, and that person tells me he's a child of God, he's a minister of God, he's a minister of demon. So I thank you. So that's my question. How can you help to, let our Hausa brothers and sisters, let them know that the Igbos are not their enemies. The Igbos are here. They are in Nigeria to help develop that country. And that is why you see them, every nooks and crannies of Nigeria, and wherever they go, they make it a home. They develop it. They don't even care whether they even have a house in their own native side of the country. But they develop that place and make it habitable and even give job to other people. Okay? But look at how we have been sidelined, how we have been pushed aside. We are kind of the fowl that is bearing, laying the eggs, and yet we are being stifled from, participating in how this egg is being divided or being given out or something like that. And that's the pain of every Igbo man. You are the only few people the only few northerners that have come in this platform that have spoken the truth to power, that have even mentioned Nnamdi, the case of Nnamdi, that is an injustice, which Nigeria can never run away with if they want to move forward. Not just Nnamdi, and many other people that have held in Nigerian prison that have not done anything. The Buhari terrorist administration, together with Buhari and Oshibanjo terrorist administration, have held in Nigerian prison. It's a shame.
Thank you, Jude. Well, Dr. Haruna.
Okay. To KJ, you talked about the killing of Delegiwa and some of the other people that have been silenced. I think wisdom demands that sometimes you should be smart to know what to do, read the signs, and know what to do, especially when you have a family, you have children. You don't want to produce orphans or widows, so you have to be smart and strategic. There are certain people that just have something about them that they talk certain things and get away with it, while others will talk just half of it and get into trouble. Not everybody will have the kind of courage that I have. And for me, this kind of courage, I think, backdates to when I was in high school. I've always hated injustice, no matter where it comes from. And I always see myself that what makes me better than the one that died yesterday or died since we started this program or this broadcast. So You see, to be able to do the kind of thing that some of us do, you must not be thinking about yourself. However, you have to be strategic. So now, when you say, why is the Buhari talking about going to Niger, such a thing, and that Niger will come, and will protect him, and then some of the journalists are not speaking. No, a lot of people are speaking. Many are speaking, in fact, even on television. And people are saying what he said is wrong, and it should not be allowed, and why should he say that? So there are people that are speaking, and the fact that people like us are speaking openly on such, there is just something very difficult that going after somebody that is speaking truth. The time we're living in is different from the time of Dele Giwa. Technology, and we're in information where that time there was no internet, there was no social media, but now it's so you can speak from anywhere, not only the traditional old newspaper, even where you are now. In fact, you can even be more effective where you are because the system is working. There's electricity. This thing is not failing at the internet. You don't have to buy data and then, oh, sorry, my data is off, then will you go off? So your advantage to still be able to do what I'm doing. So don't see it as a handicap or you have to run and you can't do it. Dr. Damages is doing what he's doing, but he's in New York. He actually is having more impact from New York than somebody that is scared in Surulere and can't talk and is hiding. But they are watching him. People are watching me now and watching you as we're talking. So we can be effective wherever we are. I don't know when you came to the show, but I already said at the opening, some of my opening statements, that Buhari should be investigated for that statement. Because he's basically saying he has empowered Niger to be able to overrun Nigeria. And this he has shown through not going after Boko Haram, but telling us that they are repentant and drafting them to the army and to the police. And now there's a direct railway to Niger, and he said it with his mouth. If the push gets to the whatever, he's going to go to Niger. Then if anything happens, Niger will come. So he's basically saying Niger has more power than the Nigerian army that could not handle Boko Haram, Fulani headsmen, and kidnappers. The Niger, they are more powerful. So I think DSS should investigate that. And some of you that are journalists, write on it. Demand. You need answers to him. Even if after tomorrow, whatever, swearing in, we demand answers to that. And then to Juden, how do we get more people like me? By getting more of you to listen to broadcasts like this, and by just encouraging people not to be afraid. I think why people don't speak or stand up is because they don't want to die. But my question is that it's only the date that is different, the day of dying. But we're all going to die, so why are you afraid? It's fear that's making people not to stand.
That's correct.
They're scared. If we say, let's all go out tomorrow, people are asking me, as I'm calling for people to protest, they say I should come with my grandchildren and lead it. How can a Nigerian be speaking like that? They are saying, look at you old men. You will soon go to the grave. You want to kill us. We want to enjoy our life. Go and see them dancing and drinking and partying in Abuja because they're doing the concert. Some are saying, Tinubu, you didn't invite me to the concert. To them, they are just dancing. They say Nigerian musicians are the most celebrated abroad while their nation is dying. And then we say we are celebrities. Any celebrity that cannot stand to challenge what is going on, that person should be pitied, not celebrated.
Thank you. Thank you so
That's
much. So much, Dr. Haruna. Thank you. So what we're going to do now is, I think we've gone around, and I want, I don't know how much time Haruna still has for us.
You can see I'm drinking water and drinking water.
Yeah. So, all right. So let's go back to electricity. CM, Prince Akwachi, that way, and then we'll go around. So go ahead.
All right, thank you. I don't know if Dr. Aruna has been able to look at the section of the Constitution I provided, but if you not,
I've
it's
been
okay.
busy here, so I did
All
not.
right, I understand. I understand. You highlighted an important thing again, which is the case of Buhari going into, his plan in respect to Niger and everything, under the law to be considered as putting the national security into jeopardy. And you said that should be taken to the DSS, if I'm correct. Now, under the Constitution, that is an act of gross misconduct. And it's not for it's for the legislative arm, because the legislative arm is responsible to carry out checks and balance on the executives. And the legislative arm, because of the structure of corruption that is between the executive and the legislative arm. And that is why nothing is being done about it. Buhari also commits an act of gross misconduct in line with Tinubu, when Tinubu claimed that if not for him, Buhari would not have been president. That's an act of gross misconduct under the Constitution. If you can push for like I said, my concern is pushing for the awareness of the Constitution to the people. And that is what I will appreciate if you can commit, even Peter Obi himself, to speak to the base, that, listen, let's go back to the basics, the Constitution, holding the legislative arms into checks and balances. So that is what I want you to look at, and please be committed to, because that is where I see a change. I've not subscribed to anyone in terms of division or secession. I've not come to that point in my life. I yield the floor to you, Dr. Haruna. Thank you.
Okay. When you talk about commitment, from all that I do should already be a pointer to my commitment to see the birth of a new Nigeria, whatever I can do from my side to do it, and also encourage other Nigerians within the nation and abroad. You people, I'm telling you, have so much power than you may even think or know. You can put so much pressure, because, some of you're basically like working just to sustain your people back in Nigeria. So when you tell them, this is what I demand of you, you people take a stand, because you can't be there and just be sending money for this, sending money for that to a failed system. You need the system to work so that things will start working for them. So talking about Obi and Dirty coming in, or people like that, I would say Obi is ready. Dirty is ready. Two of them, that is one of the best combinations I have seen in my life. To find a northerner who will not take bribe, who wants justice. Now, we have got some of them too, but many times they don't come this close to power. But Dirty is such a compliment. Such a great match, that all we should pray is that justice will prevail, so that we can have Obi and Dirty become president, I am telling you the constitution will change because you notice even the legislative arm, they dance to the tune of the president. So where you will actually start seeing people cross-carpeting, even though we don't desire that, because a rotten egg, it doesn't matter what basket it is in. It will still mess up the system. We want to see people that are genuine. And I can tell you, create a working platform, a system that works. People will align. And I can tell
Dr.
you...
Rudolph, sorry. I hope you are hearing that, Dr. Rudolph, because I'm going to leave again. We've been talking about this, and Dr. Haruna just highlighted it again, please. I hope you put it at the very top of your list. Thank you. I apologize for interjecting. Thank you, Dr. Haruna.
Okay.
Oh, no, it's fine. But let me tell you, any of you here can be a better president than Buhari. That man had no clue. It's just because of the northern factor and Tinubu that had a plan to a local plan that it's my turn. That's why he fought for somebody to challenge a president, sitting president, and they could do nothing to him. That tells you Tinubu has some things that if he exposed, you and I will be hiding. So that's why they don't want Tinubu to spill the beans. He had the courage to speak that way.
You are 100% correct. He knows where the bodies are buried.
No, I'm 500% correct.
He knows where the bodies are buried.
To challenge a hardcore northerners. The chairman of the party didn't want him. The northerners didn't want him. And he's still going to be sworn in. There is something. You don't need an Islamic or Christian prophet to prophesy to you.
All right, thank you. Asim.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Haruna. Actually, you are even, it's a nice time spending it with you. We have quite a lot of revelations. Some we know, some we already know. Some we know, I know through Nnamdi Kanu. Some I read it elsewhere, but that is not the issue now. I know the fear of every northerner is always break up Nigeria, break up. What I want to suggest, I want to know what you are going to say about it. The people of Ethiopia gave themselves a constitution as far back as 1986. When the one Mengistu Mariam or somebody like that was the head of state, president. Inside their constitution, they inserted a clause, self-determination, secession, that any part of Ethiopia that decides that they don't want to be part of the federation anymore, there should be a referendum conducted for them so that they could go. What I'm telling you is Article 39 of Ethiopian Constitution is there. What if we put this in Nigerian Constitution? Do you object to that? Or do any not? I mean, of course, some people will object, but I want to know: is it not? I mean, it's not novel. Can't we copy that, given the situation in which we are in Nigeria? Thank you.
Okay, CM. I will also ask you a question. Let's not go to Ethiopia. Let's stay with what we have in Nigeria. The Constitution has said so many things that the so-called lawmakers or the ones that should enforce the law are not enforcing. It's not about making a constitution. Are you a Christian?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Now I want to ask you, do you obey everything that your book tells you? That is a higher constitution. So it's not just
that is a word of, that is the word of God. This is not the word of man. Constitution is the word of man.
Okay.
The Bible is the word of God. So there's a different thing.
What I'm saying, I had to use that because that is supposed to be a higher law than the law of man. If somebody can disregard the law of God, who is man? So if man makes it, man will twist it. They will say the one that you interpreted is the judge. The judge was bribed, he interpreted it, and becomes in case.
But we haven't tried it now. You don't dismiss an idea. Remember you did a research to get PhD. You don't dismiss an idea until you've researched it, you tried it. That's why I'm giving you that question.
How do you know which? I haven't told you my PhD, whether it's being a sniper or how to empower terrorists. You don't know. You can study on anything and still have PhD.
But
you Google.
But it's a contribution. PhD. You've made a research and you made a contribution to knowledge. PhD. As long as you made a contribution to knowledge, even if it's on how to slaughter cattle, it's okay. So far, it's originality. Then no, I respect you. That's why I'm asking you the question. You don't dismiss an idea. That's why you do research. That's a hypothesis. Research question.
Sam, I didn't dismiss. All I'm saying is that we can add it there. I don't mind anything that will advance Nigeria. I would desire should be added, including self-determination. But if I know that I'm gaining something from CM and he's going with disadvantage me, I will press on CN and make laws to press CN and stop CN. Because if Obi comes, Obi may say, let's allow a referendum, but I don't want referendum because it may happen, and I'm scared of it happening. So I will insist we don't go that route. When Obi is talking about agriculture in the north, you know what our northerners are saying? Did you hear him now? There will be oil and other things, but we are just to be doing cotton and doing maize and doing tomato because we must feed them in the south. So, no matter
that is propaganda. That's propaganda. You can always turn it around. That's propaganda.
But I'm saying the Constitution says every Nigerian has a right to live anywhere, to operate anywhere.
Yes.
But it's the interpretation of the Constitution and my attitude to the Constitution. It's not what I put, but do I have the will to enforce it?
Okay.
We must, this type of engagement is what we need, that I can trust you, CM. You can trust me. Then that way, whatever the Constitution says, I know it's to benefit all of us. Then I will not be afraid. You are not afraid of me. I'm not afraid of you. But when I'm thinking, you're coming, Nnamdi Kanu being free, Peter Obi becoming president, it's over with us. They will cut the thing that supplies oil. And then we northerners will just be dry with our cattle. So what did they start doing? That's why the fight before all the terrorist thing was in the north, but now they are all over the forest in the south. There's even now the Fulani herdsmen you find them in the southeast. And sometimes your governors in the south are allowing them because there's a merger, there's a marriage. So you're talking about allow us go. Some of your people are sabotaging the same process. What you're asking. Because they are gaining from it. So basically, I will say to you, CM and everyone, it's a heart issue. It's not a constitution issue. Let's solve the heart issue, and we'll be able to have the right mind to put a constitution that will benefit everyone.
Okay.
And then follow it.
Dr. Haruna, let me put in a question that somebody just sent it to me. Earlier on, I asked you about what we are getting wrong, the Southerners are getting wrong when they look at the North, and you gave a wonderful explanation. So there's something about the North that the Southerners are maybe getting wrong, but this is the question. He said, what do you think about this idea of Unity College, that is federal government colleges, and people getting admission there, where in the north, you, a state like Zamfara, you could score 2 points and get in there, while people from states like Ogun State or Imo State will have to get 136 to get in. His question is that this has been done for many years, more than 30 years, and it hasn't changed anything. Do you think that is the right thing to continue with the program? Don't you think that if there's an insistence on merit, that the scores from states like Zamfara will have gone up, that people who actually wanted to get into those Unity schools will have struggled to get higher scores? And why is it that that the North is still looking for that kind of, I know in America they call it affirmative action. I think in Nigeria they call it, I forgot what it's called. Go ahead.
Quota system.
Yeah, quota system.
I think basically what a lot of people still don't understand about the North, and which just to answer your question, because a lot of Northerners, as it has to do with modern way of learning or education, we've been disenfranchised because we've been sold religious education. Western education is seen as Christian-based, and that's why. So now when there are schools that are government schools, the standard is low. Everything, the curriculum is low, and because the system is created to maintain, to empower ignorance, because knowledge, having information, will then empower the individual to discover the weak points of the oppressor. So if we can be kept backward with education and the standard, they will do it. But then, using that failed system to then say, when it comes to opportunities, it must be not on the basis of qualification, because we are disadvantaged. So that's why you can have somebody from the North allowed to become some big lead, head a big parastatal somewhere, head a ministry, even though it doesn't have the capacity, and you must allow it. That is why we have seen what has happened in Nigeria happening. You go to Calabar, for example, immigration office, you would think you are in Kano. You would think you are in Sokoto. And those are the people to decide how things should be done because of quota system. And that, they use the same thing to spread it over how things are done. So until that changes, they have created an impression that Northerners are not as educated. So that's why their own, when somebody has to qualify for something, the marks to gain entrance, are lower. But I'm telling you, when it comes to mathematics, physics, and science, Northerners, because of the way they have to, the Quran, and the way you have to memorize the whole Quran and recite it verbatim without reading, you find out that many Northerners are very sharp if they are allowed to go to school and good schools. But because many are disallowed, so when they go to school, the teacher is not educated, there are no textbooks, the curriculum they are running is backward. Most of the time, the children are not even in school. And if they go to school, they are sitting on the floor, dusty floor, the same way they do in the Quranic schools. And the Quranic schools are used to empower the same system of control. So that's the whole thing is around these few people that have educated their own children abroad, but kept the poor man, disenfranchised, disadvantaged. By so doing, the ignorance will perpetuate their control and their clinch to governance at the expense of the people.
All right, Dr. Haruna and everybody here. Dr. Haruna, thank you so much. I think we should take a pause. Let's join P2B. He's having a live stream. Let's watch him for probably maybe, let's see how it goes, and then we'll come back. If Haruna, if you can allow us to do that. He's taking questions from the media. Do you mind, Dr. Haruna?
No, it's fine, whatever will help. It's just that when we come back, I won't stay very long again.
Okay, yeah, let's just watch a little bit of that, maybe 10 minutes, and see how it's going, and then we can come back here. All right.
It says, verse 1, he who dwells in the shelter of the Most High will remain secure and rest in the shadow of the Almighty. Power no enemy can withstand. I will say of the Lord, he is my refuge and my fortress.
And he is
my trust. With confidence and my delight. But he will save you from the trap of the fowler, from the deadly pestilence. He will cover you and completely protect you with his pinions, and under his wings you will find refuge. His faithfulness is a shield and a wall. You will not be afraid of the terror of night, nor of the arrow that flies by day, nor of the pestilence that stalks in darkness, nor of the destruction, sudden death that lays waste at noon. 1,000 may fall at your side and 10,000 at your right hand, but danger will not come near you. You will only be a spectator as you look on with your eyes and witness the divine repayment of the wicked as you watch safely from the shelter of the Most High, because you have made the Lord, who is your refuge and my refuge, even the Most High, your dwelling place. No evil will befall you, sir, nor will any
Just a minute, please. I'm having a little difficulty. Okay, I think I got it here.
Thank you, my sister. Thank you. When you have been a very strong man, and I assure you, we're all here by your grace. It is by his grace. Whatever we have in life is by his grace. And it's not just like this is grace. And I assure you, these are a journey. We will succeed.
And that was very fun, very deep.
You know,
Are you guys hearing them?
Yes, I can hear you.
Information you have about that how much you have access to what will happen. Ignorance about it. And that was a very but it was very deep.
No, definitely. You know, I say it every day that they criminalize it. You know, and that is why you see us politicians juggling and paying any amount of money for position, doing all sorts of things, killing and maiming people, doing all sorts of things. So if it is going to work, the level of aggression, the expenditure and everything would drastically reduce. And that is why we must have a process that is transparent, because once that starts, that will be begin of building a new Nigeria that will solve this problem. All these problems we're going through. So thank you. I'll continue in that direction. Now it's like I'm focused on this trial. When it's true, either way, we'll continue.
Thank you very much, sir. Let's take a lady right now. I'll be skipping one guy, one lady. Next, so I'm bringing up someone that I would describe as one of your top soldiers on social media. She goes, when I really try more, she goes to defending you on her own against a whole lot of enemies that come after you still. And yesterday was her birthday, so I promised her that you're going to wish her happy birthday.
Do you mean? I wish you can even send me a number and everything so that I can send it personally to her, but go on.
Evening, sir.
Good evening, my sister.
I'm dialing in from the United States. I'm a big fan. I don't even know what to say right now. Like, I'm so excited talking to you. I've been telling everyone on the timeline, like, I'm definitely going to pass out if I say hello to you. But it's such an honor being here talking to you. And
Thank you.
Any leader in Nigeria, you don't understand what you're doing for us right now. We love you, Peter Obi, and we're solidly behind you.
Thank you, my
Wherever you go.
I have twin daughters. They've been performing music now probably for the last 6 or 7 years. We pursued the 5-week program thinking, well, they'll get 5 weeks of intensive study up here.
She wanted to do something with her music, and then we discovered Berkeley.
The summer program for us was just a way to kind of give him a trial run through school and what life would be like here at Berkeley.
This is not a summer camp. He's learning from the actual professors.
The instructors seem to be very, very personable, very hands-on, and they know the aspirations of the students.
The students, they're actually living on campus and they're going through like a college schedule. So they're taking college level classes.
The fact that it goes 5 weeks and is intensive in that way really gives kids an opportunity not only to learn, but also to process that information and then hold on to it in a way that they may not do with a 1 or 2 week camp someplace else.
As parents, we became quite comfortable with Boston and the environment here.
We knew that he liked the city. It was really just feeling comfortable with getting around. Everything is located in close proximity. So while he might have
Why is Dr. Damages?
When I was invited by the UK government, when I went to America, because before the elections, I was invited at the State House. So I was passed through the UK. So it was a surprising thing to me to appear before. I've lived there, of course, for years. Still own a property there because that's where I lived before I became governor. And for me to appear at the airport and we were asked to sit down, I was surprised. But all this happened within a few minutes. I won't say that I was happy about it. Because there's so many dramas that happened that trip that I can't tell because we are conversation in the phone, but I can tell you, it's very shocking thing when somebody now appears and shows you that to me. But when I told a colleague and a friend of mine in the UK, he said, I'm going to refer you to identity duplication experts. And I went to see, after an hour, 20 minutes meeting, I came out shocked. Because I used to travel, of course. First, he told me, he said, Peter, listen, this is what I don't want to call it, because some countries that use it to track people. He said, Peter, you could be implicated for sort of a rape. Because simple, you book a hotel, they book in the same hotel, they have their own gang who comes in there, you're in that hotel, set you up, at night somebody says, oh, you did this, you did this, and they call police. In the UK, everywhere in the Western world, this is a serious case and you can't get a bail. Together the murder, because it's your duplicate, and because it's your identity, you check in the same hotel. They use it to check into the same hotel. Same thing goes if they are checking any luggage, the same thing, it went on and on and on, but thank God, nothing happened. Managing it, I've been to the UK since then, and while they too are investigating, we hope. When I arrived after that, I was asked what's going on. I explained to them. When they found out it's duplicated, they said they're looking into it. That's all I can say for now. I'm also very careful, extremely careful. I'm managing it. I'm hoping nothing goes wrong. But it all started from here. That's all I can tell you. It's something that started from Nigeria. And I'm being careful about it.
All right. So I think we can go back to our conversation. I wanted us to get a little bit of idea of what's going on. The audio is not very good, but we can play that maybe down the road. So let's, because I know that Dr. Haruna has to go. He doesn't have all day to stay with us. So let's round up our conversation with him. Haruna, thank you so much for being patient. I was getting a lot of feed from people. They were asking me, they wanted to hear P2B.
Rodolph, can I ask a question before he leaves, please?
Yeah, you will. All right, so let's go to people who have not had a chance. So Olumide, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for giving me the opportunity again, Rodolph, to be on your platform. And Dr. Haruna, I want to say a job well done for trying to advocate and making sure that the country, Nigeria, had a good electioneering process. But there was a question CM was asking you the other time, and your response and your analogy, the analogy you made kind of made me laugh. That are we really serious as a country to really make that country work as one? And for me, I've lived almost half of my life in Nigeria before I moved to this new country, Canada, where I'm speaking from right now. And I'm sure majority of the people who have seen the way civilized and egalitarian society work will not agree with you. You understand? He asked you a question, and then you were making an analogy between the Bible and the Constitution. See, the Constitution is the bedrock of any society, from which rules and regulations that govern our conduct flow from. It is very important. They will make and amend laws over time to reflect the current times of the society. We are saying that the constitution that was handed over to us in 1999 was not written by the people. You understand? It was nowhere near what we had during the regional government. That was the closest we had to the people making the constitution. And we are saying that that is the problem of that society. That is the crust and the foundation of that society. And I am saying that why is my question to you now from that surmise is that why do you find it fearful that the indigenous people of that country should all come together, sit down on a round table, fashion a document that is agreeable to everyone, and if anybody wants to leave, it is their fundamental human right. Let them leave and go govern themselves. Why do we have to hold that premise that, oh, we don't want to break up, oh, we don't want to do it, oh, we don't want to? Is it not better to do that in peace than in pieces? We've seen Europe, we've seen other countries. So where is that fear from?
All right, thank you.
That is my question.
Thank you, Olumide. Dr. Haruna.
Yeah, Olumide, sorry to be personal. Are you married?
Yes, I am married, sir. I've been married for 15 years now.
Thank you. That's appreciate that. Sorry to go that route. I just wanted to bring out a point from there. And I'm not speaking directly to you, but just trying to use that to bring up something.
Sure.
If you notice somebody that is abusive to his wife, but anytime she asks to go, he's insisting, you can't leave me, you can't leave me. Maybe that guy has no job. He's living off her paycheck. Maybe the house is not him paying or bought it, so the money is not being deducted from him. Nobody wants to let somebody go that is parasiting from. So, as I've told you, the oil is not in Katsina, at least for now. So somebody is governing and is benefiting from it, and you want to say, let me go. He's saying, he's not telling you, but the body language and everything that the way the system has been, he's basically saying you're going is my bankruptcy. So we need to trust God, the Supreme, to help us is to have somebody who has the will, has the know-how, who is not just thinking about Northerners have been eating this thing. I'm going to grab this thing so that we Southerners can eat, or we from the Southeast. I believe somebody like Peter Obi is having the interest of Nigerians, not the Southeast. The moment the playing ground is leveled for everyone that has something to offer, has the equal same opportunity. If you have wisdom, bring your wisdom. You've got expertise, bring your whatever you have on the table. Nobody should be disadvantaged.
Sir, I salute your courage. I see. I have always asked every Northerner that came on any of the platforms, and I remember asking, another Northerner on Rodolph's platform and I didn't get a satisfactory answer. And I kind of shied away from it, but I knew where that background came from. And I salute your courage for coming out straight to say that that a region of the country dependent on the resources. None of them will admit, they won't admit that. But what I'm saying is that to resolve all this, we are not even saying the reason why some people have gotten to that point where they're saying we've had enough, we want to go away, is because some people don't even want to sit down to have that discussion. We are going to argue. The fear will be there. Will they leave? Will they not go? But the people that want to go, if they can be given that confidence that their resources that the whole country depends on matters to them, and they are factored in it. We have the current constitution we have is a big problem. Even if Obi comes in and is not able to resolve that, it is still going to spiral on for so many years, and the war we are running from, it may not be our own generation, another generation will take up arms, whether we like it or not. So that is why I'm saying that are we talking to the elites in your part of the country to say, you know what, let us listen to this other side, let's have a discussion. That constitution that was handed over.
Olumide, can I just come in there?
Yes, sir.
I think discussions like this, having somebody from the north who is now becoming aware of what's going on, because listen, we were indoctrinated. The whole thing about education you talked about, that's what was used to create a mindset and a school of thought. But now that things are different, we are beginning to talk. This is through dialogue like this that we can get there. But when somebody from the southeast is benefiting from the failed system,
even in the southwest, we have people who are benefiting.
Wait. I'm just giving an example. Whether it's southeast or southwest, anybody that's benefiting from a failed system will not want to sit down. But the Obidient team, whether north, south, east, or west, they are not talking the old language. So if we can go this way, just the same way you saw many Obidient or Labour Party got to the House of Rep, imagine if that momentum goes on and you have the one on top as Peter Obi and Detty will get the Northerners' mind changed. Peter Obi being in the seat of governance, and when people start to taste what is good, Nigerians would demand, this is what we want. Then they will use people to push this thing to bring something where they will now start to debate. But the people that were there before didn't want to touch that part because their people will get angry and say, we have avoided that. Why are you bringing it up? But I believe with somebody like Obi coming on, that will be something that will start, and I can tell you that one day it will be a thing of the past. But that's why they don't want to allow people like Obi in.
And then finally, thank you, sir. Finally, I want to say that what if Obi does not get that mandate? Assuming, are we going to continue with this for 8 years? Because some of us are fed up with the whole thing, and we just want to go our separate ways. I'm a Yoruba person. Number two,
no, Olumide, we allow only one question. You've gone too long.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy with what you're saying. I wish all Olumide spoke. I was going to say, for instance, some of us are so bothered that the constitution that is operating now, like I said, is the bedrock of a society. It doesn't even give room for a state police. It doesn't give room for security. But they made it so bad that Southern Kaduna people are dying like flies. Benue people are dying like rats. No value for human life. And we are electioneering every 4 years, and people are dying. Waking up, you're not even talking about those people. They don't matter.
Olumide, can I say something? I understand. We in Nigeria, are you living in Nigeria or you're abroad?
I'm outside. I'm in Canada.
Okay. So we that are in Nigeria, we feel it more than you do. We want to see change
But it is
more
not
than you do.
stopping.
As I said,
Every day we open the
wait.
papers, people
I
are
don't want
dying.
it to be a debate between you and I. You asked a question, let me respond. I am not against people going their separate ways, but I'm saying the idea of going separate ways, somebody is fighting it because there's something they are gaining in our staying like this, and they don't want to allow the system to work so we can stay together. So if you say Southwest want to go, Southeast want to go, the Middle Belt also want to go, after some time, everybody, including the tribes, will want to go. But there are few people, Olumide, that don't want us to go because they feel are the only ones benefiting. We as Northerners, we are suffering in the hands of our few brothers that don't want the system to work. So we just need to trust God that justice will prevail. And if it doesn't, that's the call. Nigerians are more than the judiciary.
That is the truth,
Nigerians
sir,
are
but
more than the
there's
people
no
in the House
time.
of Rep.
Time. People are getting fed up.
No. That's why people like us are calling. That's why we are talking here. People are hearing us. Did you call for NSAS? They stopped them, but revolution, it may look like you failed before, but gather momentum, come back, and when everybody has suffered enough, we will now finally take over. It's not the time for politicians, it's the time for Nigerians. Suffering Nigerians, north, south, east, west. And I have made this call right from the beginning that going forward, peaceful protest does not work. If I punch you and punch you and punch you, there's no police to stop and arrest you and arrest me. You have to punch back. So, and we are at that point now, Olumide, Nigerians are tired. They are taking a stand and they're going to take their nation back. I am very optimistic. If not, I would have stopped what I've been doing because my northern brothers have been on me. If they had a way of eliminating me, they would have done it long before the elections.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Haruna. Prince Akwachi, you're next.
Yeah, I guess the question I have is, Dr. Goroh, I was just watching the TV, would I say TV? I was just watching my laptop, and I'm seeing somebody like Governor Wike handing over brand envelopes to the clergy. Is that not, corruption that we're talking about? Because definitely there is something in that envelope. What do you think about that?
You know what? I'm religious, but I'm telling you, you know what?
He want to
I
bless.
think our problem in Nigeria is religion. And I'm extremely religious, but the politicians know that is our weak point. And they will use it against us, whether it's Muslim, imam, or a bishop. Was it not people that go to church that Tinubu hired and made them bishop overnight? So money, when the justice system is all money. Why will a Nigerian that has suffered 8 years under Buhari collect a tuber of yam, collect 10,000 and sell their vote? Even some of us that are on this platform, when they give you a ministerial appointment and say return home, and you know you will get money, you will ask yourself, what am I getting in Canada? Suffering for nothing. So it takes a person of integrity, like Obi, like Detty, that will say, to hell with your money. I'm standing for justice. So don't talk about pastors or imams. Many of the pastors, are they not just out for what they will get? So in a politician like Wike, we hand envelope, the pastor tomorrow will stand and preach and say, Wike is the best thing that happened to Rivers. It is not the preaching, it's not the Bible is preaching, it's the pocket money, the money he got in the envelope. Money will make anybody tilt towards any side at any time. Only a person of integrity who will say, go to hell with your money. And there are only few of such people. And we are trusting to see many more rise who will think about the poor suffering masses, not they amassing wealth, ill-gotten wealth at the expense of suffering people.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Haruna. Let me go to Ike. Ike. Meet yourself, Ike.
Yeah, it has been very revealing and educative for me today that Dr. Haruna is here, and I listened attentively when you were, both of you were having one-on-one interview together, and I think you know, my hope is a kind of alive again for a new Nigeria. But I want to ask him something, you know, if he has a knowledge of that. That is a rumor that is going on, even on newspapers and social media, about Dr. Patu Tommy told me that Tinubu was using him. He gave him money, you know, he used him so that Peter Obi will leave PDP and divide the vote of Atiku. And that has been rumor that has been going on in Nigeria for some time. I saw it on some of the networks. So I really want to confirm. Do you know something about that? Or
it's fake.
Yeah. Are you done?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Well, it's a rumor, just as you called it. It's a rumor. There's no strong ground for it. But whatever, where things are at now, I really want everybody that's online and on this panel and those that are watching on other platforms, just go to rest. It's no longer time for any politician, whether he stepped down for Obi to take over and give him that position, the platform to be able to stand. And now they're trying to buy him, even if that was the case. Where we are now has gone past all of them. It's Nigerians now. And I'm calling on Nigerians to stand because any politician can change. That's what politics is. People that we thought would not do certain things, they've done. In fact, can I go further by saying even if Obi decides to join PDP, it has gone past him. It's a time for Nigerians. Nigerians must stand to fight and fight these evil political scavengers.
Thank you.
If they leave it to them, they will keep playing with them. I think that's where the problem is. Nigerians are leaving it to the politicians. Why we are supporting Obi is that we seem to see from his track record, there was no corruption. He wants to cut the costs of governance. All these evil things we see, we will not see. At least this is the kind of person he is. That's why we have somebody we can see as a sign of hope and where he's allowed to come in. But Obi alone with a case in court will not work because Obi is already well to do. He doesn't need to do what he's doing. It's for us and our children's children. So let's stand up and take our nation back. Don't leave it to any politician. It's too much to let it be on them. They have not, we can't trust them because they have failed.
Thank you. Mama Hecho, one question.
I want to say thank you. for letting us to know what is the mind of the Northerner before now, including you. Until you discover that the kind of politics that is played in the past in the North has brought more harm than good. And you being an educated person from the North, you are a good asset to us at this hour. Because we need to bridge the gap between the North and the South, especially the younger generation. We need to work with them, build their mindset, know that the power belongs to them, know that the country belongs to them, know that they are the Nigerians, not for these wicked, evil, greedy people that they have eaten and they don't want to stop. The irony of it is that they steal and carry it to the Western world to help them to develop and continue to maintain their development. And yet, common primary school for our children, we can't. I saw one from Edo State yesterday. I wept. Primary school, Buchis has covered it. And Obaseki, they will celebrate him that he did something. Same thing with Makodi, where Otto is parading himself as somebody who has done something. It just breaks my heart how these people live and swim in impunity and they think it's normal. They did until they now violated the Constitution. And I ask, if somebody that violated the Constitution and enter into the leadership of the country with a violated Constitution, which Constitution does he want the citizen to obey? Nevertheless, you said it all. It is not over until it is over. Children, what is in the court? That is Obi's way of pursuing it. Oh. You people know your own way of pursuing it. Because the court alone will not give us an answer until we put pressure on them. So, tomorrow, wear black cloth. Because Nigeria, we are money. We are not celebrating anything. Wear black cloth. Wherever your street is, stay there. By the time everybody come up from their street in all the 36 states with black cloth, that is us speaking to them. That this person, Mbano, is not our president. Because the Constitution says president-elect, not president-select. The Constitution says 25% of FCT. There is no 25% of FCT with this Yakubu president-select. So this very person they are parading before us tomorrow have broken our Constitution, is an enemy of Nigeria Constitution, is an enemy of our democracy, and we refuse him. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Jude, Haruna, do you have anything to add to what she said? Any comment?
You know, when I think Mama Echo, she seems to have, you know, she asks and she answers, so I concur.
All right, thank you. Jude, go ahead.
Okay, Dr. Haruna, once again, I want to say thank you so much. I love my heart for you. Yes, you have made a lot of salient points, and most of these things, personally, I I know most of the things you have said, but coming out directly from you of what is happening in the North, and with great veracity and truthfulness in speaking them out, it means a lot. Now I want to, before I go ahead, I want to say, from Buhari's comment of going to Daura, let us not forget that one of the major reasons why Buhari has held Nnamdi today in his dungeon after kidnapping him was because, according to Malami, he abused the president. And what was that abuse? Because he was telling that the person there in Aso Rock is not the Buhari that was elected in 2015. And everybody, people disputing it. Now, my own take is that, is it Nnamdi even gave them a bait? Gave them, say, if you prove it, if Buhari should come out and speak for Fuda, and then, he gave them, he said, if he can do this, and they say it's not Buhari, he will give up Biafra, the struggle for Biafra. But up to today, nobody took up that bait. Wouldn't that have been the easiest way to silence Biafra forever? Because the person who millions of the Igbos are listening to have told them, if you prove me wrong that that person there is Buhari, then I'll give up Biafra. Up to today, nobody. That is why Buhari is saying that he's going to where he came from, Niger. Okay? But don't worry, time will tell. If that person indeed, we have all Nigerians have meant to believe, to know that it's Buhari is actually Buhari. Definitely the truth will come out. It's not going to be hidden forever. It's going to come out. That is one. Another thing is this. My question is, now that you see, we have all seen that the weaponization of ignorance among the northern brothers and sisters have not done them any good. Rather, it has set them backward, in fact, many more decades backward. Okay, to the extent that we have of the number of children that is out of I think about 20 million children that is out of school today. More than 2/3 of it, about 2/3 of it are from the northern state. Now, what are we going to do? What are you going to do to educate people, to let these people know that they are so-called elites and politicians who have made them believe that it's only Quranic education that they need to succeed, and therefore allowing them to succumb to this quota system that has not helped them, that have simply suppressed their talent. Because what quota system have succeeded in doing to the northern brothers and sisters is that it suppressed their talent. And I know they are not dummies. I know they are given the same level playground like the Western, the Igbos and the Yorubas. They are going to perform well. I schooled somewhere in the north with some Muslim brothers in some of the schools in Kogi State, present Kogi now. Okay. I knew some of my classmates, they were very intelligent. Estefanos, I can't forget him, and so many other ones. It's a federal government college, okay, where many people came from all over Nigeria. They were very, knowledgeable and very intelligent. So, but this quota system have really done more harm, more evil than good to our northern brothers. Okay, and finally, let me say this. You see, for Nigeria to continue or to actually succeed in being one, so that people like me, an Igbo man, will not have this kind of this thing of wanting to live, and the northern will not be having the fear of me wanting to do them anything or something like that. They need to reorient our northern brothers and sisters. They need to reorient them. About the fundamentals of the religion that they practice, because it is this same religion. Is it not the same Muslim that people in Dubai practice, that people in Saudi Arabia practice? But those countries are developed.
All right, Jude, we have to go.
It's all over.
Thank you so much, Haruna. You can answer him, and if you have a comment, and then final comments.
Okay, I think when you look at Detti has a university with campus in Kano and in Abuja. That's a northerner. That's also the vice presidential this thing under Obi. So can you imagine having the two of them come in? Already, the whole thing will change. He's into education, not just, it's not that he has a primary school, he's got a university. So that already will tell you where the journey will go. During, what's his name, Jonathan's time, he tried to bring, the education to the people, but it was fought by the same northerners because Jonathan is from the south. But when a northerner stands to push it, it will be a different story. And I can tell you that that we should just pray and push that this so-called, stolen mandate that they want to come and confer on Tinubu tomorrow, which is illegal, we should just take a stand and say that is just a ceremony. We know who we voted for, and we're going to stand for that. And I'm telling you, if everybody caves in and they're waiting for Obi to do it or the judges to do it, we may as well forget what we're talking about. It has to be a stand now. We should do, because if you sit and say it's a 50-50 chance, when we say the court will decide, how about just the same way people were waiting? Shetima is going to be disqualified. It's going to be disqualified. And then suddenly it tilts the other side. Then when there was a case where now, was it yesterday or the day before yesterday, when there were now judges were to come and decide, and they absconded. They were to come on Wednesday, then they pushed it to Friday. And on that, what do you say? So they absconded so that the swearing in will take place tomorrow. But that's why those of us that know what has happened, we should not relent. What they are looking for from all of us is to give up and surrender and start saying Nigeria will not work. It's the people that have been there that have stopped Nigeria from working. Change them to a new set of people that are like you and I, that believe Nigeria can work. Dirty believes Nigeria can work. Do you know, if not because Peter Obi's temperament is the gentle type that is pulling the leash, by now, all Nigerians would be on the street if it depended on Dirty. He's a fighter. But he can't go against his principle, because that will look like insubordination or it will look like disloyalty. So he's calming down. But anywhere he speaks, you will hear that thing coming out of Dirty. Just wait. When we push through and get this thing away from these rogues, I'm telling you, you will even be the one that will come and be celebrating Nigeria. Somebody tell you, let's go, you will say, please, let's just make sure we block all the chances of any evil person coming after 8 years of Obi, so that we don't go back to square one.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Any final words, or do we say any final statement from you?
From me,
yeah,
I would say thank you for the opportunity of being here. I had another event that took a few hours. Then I just rested for about an hour or so, then came on to this. And I saw 90 minutes. I thought it was truly going to be 90 minutes.
It has never been 90 minutes in the last
truly,
months.
Rudolph, you've done so much. And we want to say thank you. I want to assure everybody here, and to those that are either on YouTube or whatever they're watching from, please, the worst thing you can do now is to drop the baton when you're about to give to the last lap or the person that will run the last to embrace the tape, we can't afford to give up. We have invested too much to turn back now. If there's ever been a time that all Obedients, all well-meaning Nigerians should stand, the energy should be now more than they did before the election. And everybody, don't let the fact that they are doing swearing in. And who knows what may happen tomorrow? You don't know, I don't know. I'm not a prophet. But if you give me a chance, I can say miracles can happen.
I know.
So please, maintain your positive energy. And for those of you that pray, and you still believe in prayer, I know prayer still works. Let's not empower them by retreating, because that's all they want. Obi is not retreating. Deti is not retreating. People like us are not retreating. We are taking our nation back. They are too few to cage us. We can overpower them and overrun them, chase them out of where they are. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Haruna. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you so much.
I hope when we call you next time, you will be able to join us. We appreciate this time.
For me, it's an honor to come on, Dr. Damages. Damage everything that needs to be damaged out of the way and birth a new Nigeria. Chase all these political thugs and rogues out of the way. Raise a new generation, birth a new Nigeria with intelligent people like yourself abroad and within the nation. We're going to have Nigeria better than Dubai.
Amen.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. And we take a little break. When we come back, we do analysis and feedback. Thank you, Dr. Haruna.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
We damage, you cure, Dr. Damages.
If you have never heard it before, I'm saying it to you this morning. In the scheme of things, as far as politics of Nigeria is concerned, President Muhammadu Buhari is number 15, and yours sincerely, I'm number 16. I never said that to you before. I never said that to you before. I make it plain this morning. I let you know it this morning. Nothing can change it. In the name of Jesus, he is number 15. I am number 16.
All right, welcome back, everybody. It's nice to have you here. Number 16, Tunde Bakare. I saw a headline where he said that Bola Tinubu is now my president. I think he's still fighting for the number 16 spot. All right, Ngozika, welcome to the show.
Good evening, Dr. Damages. Good evening, everyone.
Yeah, how are you? What are you doing? What will you be doing tomorrow?
I don't even know. We're in the east. On Mondays, there's barely movement in our side. So today is going to be like every other Monday.
I forgot. You are banned from actually coming out on Monday. I was thinking.
And I'm a bit worried. Well,
Go
there are
ahead.
people that are celebrating. Some people that like the PDP man in Enugu. They will let us hear what do.
Oh yeah,
They say
so
they are
it's
going
going to be sworn in tomorrow, or they are moving it around.
Yes.
They're doing
No,
it.
he's going to be sworn in tomorrow.
Okay.
His people are happy. The Labour people are still shaking their heads. But in all, the one that is even funny is the national swearing in. I don't see people talking about it, and it's ridiculous. When you want to look for trouble, since yesterday I've been trying to look for trouble, and I'll be like, nah. So on Monday we'll go and watch our president being sworn in. The kind of look you get, like if if you just want to look for trouble, I tell her, now on Monday we get new president too. Person will look at you and say, what do you mean? He's not my president. What are you talking about? Everybody is so touchy. It's as if they took everybody's toy away. Yeah, I'm just it's really, the situation is tense. People are sad, people are unhappy.
You know, Angosika, do you know anything going on in Abia State? Is it different from what's going on in Enugu?
Yeah, I have a friend in Aba, and when they had issues was 2 weeks ago. There was a face-off between Bakassi people and people suspected to be ESN or something. There was a face-off between them. I don't know, I'm not sure, but there was a face-off between Bakassi people and another non-state actors. And two Bakassi people were killed and some police officers were killed. So that was the period Aba was hot. But I spoke to her today. She said everything is pretty normal. You know, the thing with Abia State is that unlike Enugu, they got who they wanted. It's almost as if the whole of Abia State stood behind Alex Uti because they were tired of Ikpazu. They were tired of him and his fly and his center table that he took 7 years to build for them. They said it took 7 years to build a center table for them and called it a flyover. So it's no love lost. Their case is completely different from Enugu. Majority of Abians wanted OT and got OT and are looking forward to him being sworn in tomorrow. So Abba, at least, to the best of my knowledge, is pretty calm.
All right. Let's CM, let's do a recap of what we heard from Dr. Haruna. What's your overall picture? CM, are you there? Okay, CM is not listening to us.
He's talking some.
CM, if you're talking to us, unmute yourself. Okay, I think he's not on that. Maybe he's on.
It's another phone. It's another.
Yeah, sometimes CM will be on 3 different shows at the same time. You won't know.
That's right.
You go to another platform. You see. Go ahead.
I am a bit subdued today because I don't know if most of you remember today is Pentecost Sunday and I'm Catholic, and today makes it exactly a year since those people were murdered in St. Francis Xavier Church in Owo. So it's I don't know, I'm having mixed feelings coupled with the fact that everybody seemed to have moved on. Yes, everybody seemed to have moved on from that. Remembering the gory incident now, and
yeah,
I can't believe it's 1 year already. Can't believe it.
Remind those of us who do not go to church. Pentecost is the day that Christ went back to heaven.
They received the Spirit of the Holy Spirit and spoke in different tongues.
Oh, not the day he left. Oh, okay. The day they got the okay.
Yes, I spoke in different tongues. So that was the day these terrorists invaded while people were in church observing a Pentecost Sunday, receiving the gift of the Holy Spirit. Terrorists ambushed them, murdered them, until today, none of them have been brought to book. And Nigerians have moved on like they've moved on from everything else. And it's sad. It's just sad.
Yeah, that's true. Thank you for that reminder. Jude, general overview. We're just doing an overview of what we had from Dr. Haruna.
Oh, well, I'm really grateful that he came around. He really exposed, not necessarily exposing, but speaking out with all sincerity about the indoctrination or the kind of politics that has been going on in the North that has, contributed immensely to what we have today in Nigeria. A politics that deliberately kept the people from knowledge, from education, kept them so ignorant and impoverished, and then turning back at every electionary period to weaponize same, against the people to get what they want. What I wanted to ask him before he left, unfortunately, he has spent quite a lot of time, for the education that the schools he said that he has, the university, and for having hope that is going to help to do a lot in terms of bridging that gap. That will only be for those who will be going to school. But what about those Amajeris that are not willing again to go to school? And these people, right from childhood, right from cradle, they've started indoctrinating them to think the kind of way they think, according to what he has expressed, or what he has expressed today, that they teach them to hate the Igbos, to make them believe that they shouldn't give any opportunity or leadership to the Igbos, that the moment they do so, that the Igbos is going to get Biafra and will cut them off from having access to the resources in the north, in the southeast, or in the south. Okay, to me that is even very disingenuous by their politicians, because many countries today that are in first world countries, there are a lot of them that doesn't have oil. All they have is their natural resources, their land, and they are making bigger. They are even making more money than we that have oil. Look at Japan. Doesn't have oil. Japan is one of the higher economic power of the world today. They don't have oil, and many other countries like that. Okay, but they have educated their people to believe that it's only through oil that they can become somebody. They have forgotten that there used to be groundnut pyramid in the north in those days, when Nigeria was not dependent on oil. We used to be dependent on groundnut pyramid in the north, oil, what is it called, palm kernel in the southeast, and cocoa in the south. Those were the agricultural produce Nigeria was living on, before this oil that's supposed to be a blessing has now turned to a curse for us.
All right.
Thank you so much for allowing him to come.
Thank you, Jude. Thank you so much. Prince, any lessons?
Yeah, for me, I think he spoke well, pretty much identify with most of the stuff that he spoke about. Why did I say so? Growing up, I schooled with some of the, the outsiders from Kanu and all that stuff. But my question is, when we talk about dividing Nigeria, into how many parts are we going to divide Nigeria? Because certainly I'm from Asaba, and definitely we don't want to be with the Warriors or whatever they call them. We don't want to be with them. And Anambra is not going to accept us. So what are we? Are we going to have our own country by ourselves? I will be a dot. Will be a kind of like Kuwait and that kind of a thing. So for me, dividing Nigeria is what I am really, really, really not getting into. So pretty much I believe in one Nigeria. I believe in, by the time we all interact like this, especially with those from the north, definitely they will get the sense that their elites are being, we are misleading them, impoverishing them and making them, believe all sorts of theories that they've set out for them, and all that. But I really gained a lot. I really, kind of like gained a lot from what he said today, and I'll work with it. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, Mama Ichu. You're muted, Mama Ichu.
Akashi, when did I hear you talk so? Say you know one day with us for worry. Hey, Jesus Christ! Oh, why you dey press button this afternoon like this? Eh? You got this so that we wake up from Wofi. Now I want stay with you.
I'm talking because of Asari Dokuba, because if you do, you go come on our side, and I don't want to, confront that kind of devilish man. That's what I'm just saying.
That Babalawo with Topolo. Now two of them make you come they generalize us. Hey, Abego, make you just match break there. Because of some people wey miss road. Asaru Dokubo, when he collect, he go run go Nigeria, be where they run to. Now that one, he only go collect you from a tutu. So when he collect finish, he go waka. Now that one you want to come judge us. We area, we don't dey carry lasso. You know, Sabi? We be the heart of Nigeria. So when we dey talk like this, we dey talk because we know say now we be in our heart. So when they talk, I know our role for Nigeria. We talk full chest. Now they talk my talk. And I know they fear them. Because you see, we not carry now as heart for nothing. You know, say without heart, person not they live. So when they say we with the heart of Nigeria, we know our role. And we go play with all fullness in this matter when they grant. We don't carry Joko. We don't see that giripete on top of this matter. And we dey drink shepe on top of it. So tomorrow, children, mother, no worry. We are money. Put on your black cloth. You don't need to do any kasala. The 36 states where you dey your street, you don't need to go Abuja. Those where they Abuja go do their own. Make una just wear una sack cloth. Now we go take celebrate tomorrow for them. So they go understand what we dey talk. Because as far as I'm concerned, according to that, swearing that man in is killing democracy. Because our constitution, it give me two things. President-elect. It's not the definition of president-select. So he now people wey know when they say that who they fear. Now president-select. I go one of their WhatsApp group to Twitter. They say, make una go anywhere, make una go pepper the Obidient, make una just they do, I just they listen to them. They don't know say the mama of Obidient, they listen to them. When they come to finish, they come allow me speak and make I talk. Now I say, this is Mama H.O. The voice of the voiceless. Una thief my children mad they call mute me. They can't remove me from. As long as they gossip about my children, I hear all of una plan. But una know what? Una won't go as so rock. Now one of them can say, hey, hear what do? But una self, una don't carry una agbero go Abuja. Una don't start una way. I was just laughing. They begin so they never even start. Una don't carry una agbero go for this. Una carry ritual tribally. Una carry the go Abuja. But that's the one I do not good though. I just say laugh for the. So you know what? No shaky.
All right.
No shaky.
Make
the church do their own, but we go do our own. So tomorrow, we are mourning. We are not celebrating. Put on your black cloth. Anywhere you there for Nigeria, make we just you they go do anything, wear black cloth. Now what we want to do tomorrow be that. So that all the whole world go know say we did not agree. Now what I get for now be that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, I want to Olumide, but Ngozuka, go ahead after you, Ike.
So, you asked me what I'm going to be doing tomorrow. And I said because of the sit at home in the southeast. Well, if there is the thing with the sit at home is that it is now mostly individuals that are doing it. People are like they're not like Enugu, they too like life, they too like enjoyment for Enugu, and they too like freedom. So any small thing they'll use it and relax and stay at home. Almost every other eastern state has moved on, but Enugu people, once it's Monday, they'll say, sit at home, oh, better sit at home, oh, don't go out, oh, even when nothing is making them sit at home. So aside the sit at home thing, so after tomorrow, a lot of things is going to change. You can even feel it in people's disposition. There's this, it's not even sadness, it's not even sad, there's this resignation with which people are treating everything that has to do with Nigeria now. I have said this since the election. For a lot of people, for a lot of young people, this election was literally a fight for their lives. I know it was for mine and a lot of people that I know. It was a fight for their lives. Most people prior to this election have never paid mind to the elections. I remember in 2019 when I worked as an election observer, I got mocked in my street. Why? That morning, I wore my election observer gear and everything, and I was going to my polling unit to do my work. And the guys were playing football in the street. And when I came out of my company, they're like, Nekonyenka, on a zero election. And they started laughing. I'm like, why are you guys laughing at me? And they say, you are going to do election. Does election work in Nigeria? Are we going to waste your time? I said, is that why people are playing football? They said, is it not better to play football than to go and stand under the sun, waste your time? They finished selecting who they want. This was in 2019. It was the first election in Nigeria I was involved in. They mocked me and I wanted to prove them wrong. So I said, if people don't know what is going on, your vote counts. I was strong-headed. I said, your vote counts. I'll prove it to you. If people are not patriotic, you are playing football on election day. You are not, you people are, you're a disgrace to young people. I will be, they're just looking at me and they were laughing. And I went to my polling unit. I did I saw some nasty things. And I came back. 2023, I still decided, okay, I have done election observation. Let me now do ad hoc stuff and see how that one goes. And a lot of the people that came to vote in my polling unit were young people who had come home. I worked in a village and they told me, they'll be asking you questions. Where should I put my hand? Where should I do this? And when you ask them, is this your first time? They'll be like, yes, I want to be involved this time around. And their choice was quite obvious. They were saying it. I didn't want to get involved. I couldn't get involved. I mean, we were neutral, but you could see the excitement in them. When we went back for the governorship election, the excitement was already gone. It was already gone. And the momentum sort of went downhill from there. So everything that concerns Nigeria now, don't be surprised. There's going to be mass migration if people can find the funds. There's going to be mass exodus of people. I'm telling you for free. I know a couple of people that are already processing that put their travel plans on hold for the elections, and now are just firing down to leave. There's going to be mass exodus. You can be very certain of that. And these are professionals leaving Nigeria. I have decried the exodus of professionals from Nigeria, especially in the medical field. It is alarming. It is alarming. And the people at the top are not even bothered because they don't even get their treatment here in Nigeria. They can't even be bothered about it. So you have young professionals leaving. You have families being separated. People in their 40s relocating out of the country. Families being separated. Siblings have not seen themselves for years. Cousins not even knowing each other. And this sense of, Shebu, we tried, it didn't work. So anything that has to do with Nigeria, please miss me with it. It's going to get worse. After tomorrow, I believe there's going to be a lot of Nadem Stabi when it comes to politics and current affairs. There's going to be a lot of that from young people. And I think that is really worrisome because the backbone of every economy is its youth. And once the youth starts going off on you like that, then there's a big problem. We have a crisis on our hand, and it's just sad to watch.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ndozeka. We'll be watching and hopefully we'll be able to cover what's going on tomorrow. And go ahead. Go ahead, Jude.
Yeah, for the purpose of those who are watching us, they shouldn't despair because personally, I still believe from now till tomorrow, I know it's less than 24 hours, a lot will still happen.
You're still waiting for miracle?
Listen, it is not over until it is over. A lot will still happen because the circumstances or the power that held this man out of a very important engagement, which happened on Saturday, that he was absent. Was it yesterday, right? There was an event where the presidential, something they did yesterday, that he was absent. That same thing that held him out of that this thing could still hold him out on come tomorrow. I know Nigeria is a crazy place that they will just give swear in his terrorist second man Shetima, and then say okay, maybe whenever they find him, whenever they now find Tinubu, they will now swear him at a later date. I know Nigeria is crazy to do that. Otherwise, never in any country has such a thing been done. Okay, so what I'm saying that people should be optimistic. Even if he's been sworn in, that is not the end of it. There is the case is still on. The disqualification of the throwing out of PDP case for lack of merit or being telling PDP that they are being nosy about Shetima's double dipping. That is totally a different situation with the case Obi filed against that particular issue as well. So there is hope. There is hope because I strongly believe there is no way in this world that Tinubu, a drug addict and a drug baron, will leave Nigeria. It's not going to happen. He's only going there if they manage to get him in tomorrow. He's going to be there as a placeholder until the rightful owner, Obi and Dati, assume their position. Come just a few months from now, it will happen. It's going to happen.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Jude. Olumide, go ahead.
Okay, thank you again for giving me the opportunity. I just want to I want to address Prince Akwachi's fear about not wanting the country to separate or split. See, that is exactly why that country has the problem that it has. We should not be afraid of sitting down and talking. We have countries with very, very small population, 5,000, 10,000, that are doing well. It is not about the population. It is about the quality of life you live. Okay? If we don't, and if people are saying we don't want Nigeria to split, we want to remain one, the way the British people put us together. We are just a product of the British experiment that has gone horribly haywire, terribly wrong. And if we're saying that, okay, fine, we want to continue that way, we like it that way, let us do it on the basis of equity and let us build an egalitarian society. We are running to UK, we are running to Europe, we are running here and there. It is because they have a society that works. They have constitution that builds their rules and regulation, that forms their rules and regulation that everybody must obey. Otherwise, if you break it, look at Trump today. It is because of the American Constitution that Trump is facing legal issues right now, despite the fact that he was the president. He couldn't wish it away. He has to go and prove himself in the court of law. Let us build a society that works for everybody, for all of us. Let us be frank and be honest and be open. Let's have a discussion. We all have different cultures, different religion. All of this should be factored in our constitution. If the North wants to have Sharia to govern them, let them have it. But you can't have a state being governed by Sharia and they are destroying people's business by breaking bottles, by breaking the business of the man who is selling alcohol, and they are sharing from the VAT, from the national pool. That is not a country. That country is not working for us. Fiscal policy, fiscal wise, security-wise, the governor is the security of the head of security. He cannot buy a toy gun to defend his people and protect his people. Let us calm down. Everybody be honest. I'm a Yoruba man, and I know that Yoruba and the Fulani have been the ones ruling the country. But what is happening is not fair to the other 250 ethnic groups in Nigeria. We must create a society where it doesn't matter where you come from. Let every community develop at its own pace. The local government governance is a sham. There's no local government. They're just sharing money. Governance starts at the local level. Here in my local community, we have our own local police. We have the provincial police, the state police. We have the local government police, Kingston police. We have the federal police. Everybody is working. Everybody is independent. If anybody in the politician messes up, they investigate them, they prosecute them. I mean, the country is just a mess. It's a mess. Let us be honest. And let us forget this one Nigeria. If we are going to sit down and if somebody says he wants to go, it is their fundamental human right. Let them go and build their own society. They want to build it. And if we want to stay together, let us have a document that is going to guide our conduct. And
All
not
right.
somebody lording themselves over us. You know, if you want to do Sharia, do Sharia. If you wanna, then but don't lodge yours. That is the crux of the problem. It's that silly document, that 1999 constitution. Obasanjo didn't even see before he became president. You know,
Thank you.
and we are all in this mess. You know.
Olumide, thank you so much. We're rounding up.
Dr. Can I give a quick rebuttal? Can I give a quick rebuttal to Olumide?
Okay, please.
Olumide, Mr. Olumide, when I talk about the country being one or dividing, I'm only expressing my own personal whatever it is.
I don't agree with your personal opinions. If the country is going to divide,
can I finish? I'm not.
And tranquility, let it divide.
Can I finish, please? Can I finish, please? Now, when we talk about dividing, okay, I'll give you an example, okay, and I'm gonna give you an example of an African country, Sudan today. South Sudan is suffering.
We don't want to follow Sudan's path of war. We want to sit down and
Can I talk now? Can I talk, please? Can I talk? I'll give you time. I'm only giving a rebuttal. We are not quarreling. I'm only giving a rebuttal. So what I'm saying is when you think about it, okay, you are from the Yoruba tribe. Probably you have 5 states which are well known and all that kind of a thing. Now, when you think about dividing, have you thought about where those from Kogi and Kwara, where they will be going and all that kind of a thing? So how are we going to divide all these things? How is it going to be divided? Is it going to be north-south? Or is it going to be, north-south-south and all that stuff? So I was just expressing my own.
There was a boundary before the British came to us. We had a boundary. It is a boundary that defines the people, the indigenous people of a place. You understand? So when the British came, there was a boundary where everybody found itself. There were some parts of Kogi that was Yoruba. There were some parts of Kwara. There were some parts of Edo that was Yoruba. Delta that was Yoruba. We know all this. There was boundary. But when the certain set of people forced themselves through military coup on the rest of us, they look for a way to make everything to scatter and make everything so unambiguous, or to make it very, they then did the boundary and put some northerner with Yoruba in Kogi, put some northerner with people in Kwara. They divided the dough from western region. They made everything. That is the problem we have with the first school, 1966 school. You understand? They messed up everything. There are boundaries. You understand? Right. We can always go back to those boundaries and redefine things. Those are some of the candid talk that we need to sit down and have with ourselves.
All right, thank you. I think
people will say that Bayelsa is part of them, Delta is part of them, but which part of Delta is really Igbo? Which part of Delta is really South-South? These are boundaries that we cannot talk. Sit down like civilized people. We don't have to fight. We don't have to carry war. They did it in Europe. Oyinbo people don't fight. Look at Czechoslovakia. They sat down, they talked. Look at why do we have to fight? We can do it civilized manner. You understand?
All right, thank
We can do that. That will avoid war.
Olumide, thank you so much. I'm happy that the election process is coming to an end by tomorrow, and maybe we will dedicate time to this conversation in details, because I have questions I could ask Prince or you, Olumide, but we don't have time now. We have to round it up. Mama hold on. Let me just say hello to Jidofo. Jidofo, welcome to the show.
Yeah, Dr. Damages, good evening.
Yeah, how are you?
Everybody on the program.
How are
good
you?
To be here. No, I'm fine. Just miss Dr. Haruna by
who is that beside
you?
Who is that kid beside you? Is that your
That is now upcoming president when he grow up. That's why we are preparing the ground.
Those are my daughters.
Okay. Daughters. All right. So we're rounding up. Did you watch the interview with Haruna?
Yes. I've been in the background following up and watching everything. You know, I mean, it's so good. Always good to have Dr. Haruna around. I mean, he's an exceptional, gentleman. I mean, a perfect northerner. I mean, that's the best northerner I've seen or I haven't met it, but the way he talks. He just is, a good Nigerian, with open mind for everybody. I mean, he wants a Nigeria that will work for everybody, irrespective of a tribe, religion, ethnicity, whatever just a Nigeria that everybody will be proud of, Nigerian of our dreams. So when I saw him, I said, wow, Dr. Haruna, I have to be, even if I have to be for 10 minutes, I have to rush and just join that.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah. So maybe if you say one of you, I heard when my brother up there, I couldn't remember when he was talking about that he's from Niger. I mean, he's from Asaba what? Actually, he don't know if the Anambra people will accept him or where he will be. Then before Mama H will now pounce on him, So. Because yesterday we were all here and Mama Echo is somebody that we all admire, she's a big mommy and she have nothing to, she just tell it to you the way it is. So actually I will encourage my brother that people from Anambra will, Anambra and Asaba. I think it's just the river that actually, separated them. They are the same kind of people, almost the same type of Igbo they speak to. So there is no problem with that, So actually, don't want Nigeria to break up. If Nigeria will work for everybody, it's only a case where it's not working that I myself particularly don't want to be part of a system that doesn't work. But if we can work, or it's going to work, why not? They say there's a strength, in numbers. So that's the only major benefit. Nigeria have shown all potentials of a promising a country that that the citizens should not be jumping from one country to another. I've been out of the country for the past 10, 12, 13 years. I mean, we all thought, oh, maybe we're about to go home, invest all this money we'll be making here and there, working like crazy. That is about we'll now invest this money, with the knowledge we acquired and try to build up this country, to where people should be proud. Like all these our children, take them home. Now, build the country, but we are still getting it wrong. I mean, I was so heartbroken, so disappointed, seeing that Nigeria as of today, what INEC did, Prof. Mahmoud or what. I mean, how can even a prof, So I mean, telling lies. What he had in Twitter, the promises he made. I followed him all through. I was so excited because already initially I've given up on Nigeria. That's why I left many years ago. But since with all the promises and they'll be coming on board and everybody, dirty and I mean, and it was just a total mess and shamble. So I don't even know. I don't know. I mean, I don't even know. Thinking home, I think he just sending money to them, and because the security situation, everything. How? Okay, look at my own beautiful Southeast. All of a sudden, thrown up into all manner of insecurity. So if Nigeria is just, I don't know even where to start. So I don't know if tomorrow will be Tinubu will be sworn in, and then, like I said yesterday, he's not a perfect sound. I mean, like his health is not. I mean, even though they continue to lie and say all manner of things, I don't know how he can, stand. But Nigeria is not easy to be a Nigerian president. Nigeria is so poor. Let me just look at Nigeria is so poor, no money, and they're borrowing. But the politics of Nigeria is so big. There are a lot of, I don't know how he will cope with the politics of Nigeria, going with his age, his health situation. I don't know. So let us see what happens tomorrow.
All right, thank you. Mama Icho, your last word.
For those who are campaigning for me and my children to move on, we won't move on, but on one condition. All the people when buy during the election, make una resurrect and give me now my children. My children, people sure when are born for Lagos, make una bring her the way it is before una born her. Una the Kano, make una release her for me. The one that just suffer and don't reach. All my children, one that they keep for the north, the one that started they keep for Jos, make una resurrect all of that for me. Then we go move on. If you cannot do this, there is no move on. Una dey hear me? Agbado people, make una go tell una oga of Agbado that me and my children are ready to move on this condition I just made. Resurrect my children that went to conduct their civil right by voting, that you people buy, resurrect them for me. We go move on. Release Nnamdi Kanu, we go move on. The shop of my children, you people burn down because of election. Bring it, not build new one. No, we don't want new one. The way it be before now, now I want that. My children want that they keep on not. They're gonna resurrect all of them for me. If we not resurrect them for me, we not get people to govern. No, Agbado 2-2. Those when the circumference that are celebrating you. Those are the people Monyo Dafue. Those are the people you are to govern. Leave me and my children alone, no, because you have broken the constitution. So the day they swear you in, we do not have constitution to rule us. So we go do our own, you go do your own. Now two government, now we want originate from Nigeria. Me and my children, parallel governor. You go there one side. You and your Agbado children, governor. Make you not send any military come with me and my children, no. Because if you try now be say the anarchy one that they look for, I go see her. Move on indeed.
Thank you, Mama Icho. I really want to thank everybody that joined us today. And Bozuka, you wanted to say something?
Sorry, I was just chatting with a friend of mine as the show is going on. I was like, let me confirm again. Are you going to the inauguration tomorrow? He said, to do what? When I have more productive things to do with my time. So this is the apathy I had feared coming back. These are people that I know that were involved in the elections. Everybody is saying they have more productive things to do with their time. These are people that were heavily invest, and I'm not just talking time. I know young people that invested their time and money, time, resources, and everything. And when you talk about they're like, please. I have more important things to do with my time. Please. I don't know. The coming days are going to be really tough. God help us all.
All right, thank you. So tomorrow there will be an inauguration, and we try to carry it live. And after that, we will have a conversation. I want to thank everybody that joined us, those that watched at home. Next Sunday, we are going to bring you another interesting guest in this conversation about Nigeria. And those in the studio, CM, thank you so much for joining us, even though you are talking on the other show. Prince Akwachi, thank you so much for joining us. Mama Echo, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you. Olumide, thank you so much for joining us. Ngozeka, thank you so much. Ike, thank you so much. And Jidapo, thank you. And for our guest, Dr. Haruna, we appreciate you, and hopefully you join us again. On behalf of everybody who are here behind the scene helping out, I want to thank you all and see you next Sunday.
Yeah.
All right.